bring me in the image, date of birth and date of death and so on. So the query helper will give me the sparkle on the right-hand side, and I just have to copy it. Now, I tend to build my Listeria tables on a new page in user space. So I create the page, add the template, the Wikidata list template, that little bit of yellow at the top there, and then paste in the sparkle query, which is the blue. And then underneath, you just have a little section where you tell the tool whether you want the red list only or the blue links as well, how to sort your list, and then what to call the columns. Which looks a bit intimidating, but it's not as hard as it looks. And I highly recommend that you can go and look at Listeria tables that other people have made and copy those. So find one that looks roughly like what you want, and then just adapt it is probably the easiest way to get started. So after you've got your top template, the Wikidata list template, you must remember to put in the Wikidata list end template at the bottom. And so what the tool will do once you've saved your page and run the tool, it'll put all your data in the middle of those two templates. And it looks something like this. So this is the early medical women one that I just showed you the sparkle for. And I've created this list because I need to fill in some of this data before I can even begin to think about who might be notable enough to warrant a page on Wikipedia. But it gives me a link to the biography, and I can see what data is already in and what isn't. And that's, a nice little table that I'll come back to again. One that I come back to again and again over several years is this one, Female Professors of New Zealand. So every year when the different universities release their, who's just been promoted to full professor, I'll go and put all those statements into Wikidata. And then through the year, I also add other award lists that I find, and so do other editors. They add awards to Wikidata all the time. And so this table is showing me who's won particular awards and is a full professor at a university and whether they've got an image. And I can go through and decide, who is there that might have enough coverage to meet notability requirements. But of course, besides creating read lists or a list of articles to improve, you can also actually create list articles with Listeria. I've only done this a couple of times. This example here is a list of historic places in one particular town in New Zealand, because some years ago, somebody put up the whole list of historic buildings in New Zealand into Wikidata. So we were then able to give us the buildings in this particular area. And I created it as a Listeria in user space first so that I could...
Hi, Tamsin. Oh. So sorry to interrupt, but we can't see your screen moving anymore.
Oh, that's not good.
It's back. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's see. If I stop sharing and start again, maybe we can see if it works again. When did it stop working?
A few minutes ago.
A few minutes ago. Okay, well, I'll bring up the slides again. You can tell me where to go back to. What did you see the creating read lists before then or after then?
I think you can go back to, yes, this list. This. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. I'll start here. I'm sorry about that. Let's hope it continues working for the rest of it. Let me know if it doesn't. So what was I saying about this one? Yes, so this was the example I showed the sparkle for, and I have some data to fill in here before this is a particularly useful table. But the next one I was showing you was this list of female professors in New Zealand. Can you see that now?
Yes, it works now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this list shows awards that people have won, so that it's combining data I've put in with data that other editors are putting in, and helps me decide who is notable for Wikipedia. And I've shared the read lists that I make on women. I share into the Women in Red set of read lists that they have, a massive selection of read lists, so that other people can use them as well to find people they might want to write pages for. And then I was talking about using Listeria to create list articles themselves rather than working lists. So this one here is Historic Places at Hokitika. And I created it in user space as a Listeria article so that I could coordinate with other editors about which places might be missing because there's something wrong with their Wikidata, and what order we wanted the columns in and what we didn't want to include, and so on. And then I moved it across to main space in Wikipedia. Now, in English Wikipedia, as soon as you put a Listeria table into main space, it stops being a dynamic table. And so from that point on, you have to update it manually. But it still can be a useful tool for creating the list in the first place, especially if you want to work on it with other people. So PetScan was the second tool that I wanted to talk about. It works quite differently. And its superpower is being able to combine data from different places. So it can query across Wikimedia projects. So for instance, if you want to build a specific list, say English Wikipedia pages that are in 2 different categories, less than a certain size, with an info box in a particular wiki project, and where there's something like a coordinate on the Wikidata item, you can do that with PetScan. And if you think about the sources of the data for that, you're going to need to be able to query information about the page itself to know what categories it's in and what size it is and whether it has an info box. You're going to need to query the talk page to find out whether it's Wiki Project New Zealand or some other template on the talk page. And you're going to need to query the Wikidata item to know what properties it has. And PetScan's great for that kind of query. I used to find it quite intimidating. This is one that I've only relatively recently used successfully, but it is actually less complicated than it looks. And one really nice thing is you can save a link to your query to use it again. So if you have a workflow that you use a lot, you can just save it and come back to it often. So it looks like this on the front page. You can select it not to give you tabs, but to give you one long list. But I find the organization of the tabs to be easier myself.
Sorry, still
not working?
The graphic's not there. Just the heading.
Just the heading.
Just on this slide.
Just on this slide.
Yep, that's fine.
It's fine now?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, how annoying. Thank you for letting me know. All right, so this is what it looks like. Now, one of the problems I had when trying to learn PetScan is I did not know what the syntax was. So I wanted to put in categories, but I didn't know, did I need to write the word category, colon, and then the name of it? Did I need to put square brackets around it? If I wanted to put more than one category, what separator did I put between them? And so that's why I've put this picture of why I wanted you to see it for the example, because it's very simple, just the name of the category, no square brackets, no word. And if you want more than one, just put them on separate lines. And it's a really simple thing, but when you don't know the syntax, it's impossible to use the tool. So, and this query would be one possible query you could do. New Zealand physicists who are also people from Auckland, and query it to the subcategory level of 3. And if I hit the do it button on this, I would get some results. I don't know how many there would be. So there are 5 different tabs for how you want to set up your query in PetScan, and then another tab for the output that you want. And there are lots of settings and radio buttons and boxes, but like I say, it's not as complicated as it looks. Now, can you see this new slide? Can someone just tell me?
Yes.
Thank you. So the workflows that I go through in the screen share in the video that I showed at the beginning and which is on my talk page, these ones here. So I begin by finding articles to translate. So I think I looked for New Zealand scientists who have an Italian Wikipedia page, but not an English one. And, you know, maybe they would be good ones to translate into English. Then I show you how to find articles to improve by size. So, of course, you can look for articles in a subcategory to improve, but by size is another way of doing it, which is quite nice. You know, maybe you want to find short ones to lengthen, or maybe you want to find really long ones that might need splitting up. You can find articles by a template or feature. So you can look for orphan articles or articles that are missing images and info boxes and things like that. I like finding articles with Wikidata that can be improved. So you can do things like find all the articles in the category 1938 births or something, and then look and see if any of them don't have a birth date on their Wikidata item. And another thing I love, so finding articles that are missing links from a list article. So we've been really good in recent couple of years at creating articles for New Zealand architects, but we also have a Wikipedia article that is list of New Zealand architects, and we're not very good about putting our new articles into the list. And PetScan can do that job of cross-checking which ones are missing really easily. And I show how in the video that I made. You can find articles that have no Wikidata item yet. That enables a particular feature in PetScan where it will help you to create those Wikidata items, which is really nice. And it will use duplicity, which is another lovely tool for comparing the Wikipedia and Wikidata, so you can see which to connect it to if there's the right one or not. And then the last workflow I show is searching structured data on Commons. And this came from a suggestion someone put on the talk page for PetScan, searching for line art on unicorns. And I really like searching the structured data on Commons. I think that's quite a fun use of it. So the last tool I want to talk about, completely different, the Wikidata list tool. And I'm not sure this is very well known, but I've been using this a lot this particular weekend. So I use this for event kind of stuff. So it's a Google Sheet-based tool. It can interact with Wikipedia and Wikidata. And it uses the browser extension, Wikipedia and Wikidata tools. So you'll need to have installed the browser extension before you can use the tool. But the tool is not just the browser extension. So the tool has some custom scripts which were added by Andrew Lee at the Smithsonian. And they get the revision ID, the latest revision ID for the page, the ORS score, and the page views. So if you don't need those things, then you can just get away with using the browser extension and you don't need the Wikilist tool. But if you want things like page scores and page views, then you'll need to duplicate one of the Google Sheets from the Wikilist tool page so that you get those custom scripts. I will just mention I've been in contact with the developer of the browser extension. Firstly, I was asking, could we get the ORS score functionality and the revision ID into the browser extension so they're available to everyone who uses the extension? But then we've realized the ORS score's actually going to go away in a few months and we'll be using Liftwing instead. So I've asked him if he could actually just put Liftwing instead. And he's going to explore that. So that may be something that comes in the future. So what it's good for is good for creating target lists for events, maybe editathons. It's really flexible, so it can work off a list of names or QIDs or a combination of both. And it's kind of instant. So they're dynamic lists, but more so than Listeria. They don't update weekly, they update right there and then when your Wikidata changes or when you just refresh the tab. To update the API calls. And you don't need any sparkle, so you don't need to be able to define your list in any particular way. You can just type the names in, type the QIDs in. I will say it's a little bit glitchy. We hit sort of 12 hours a couple of weeks ago when it just, we opened up a Google Sheet that was working fine the day before, and it was just a sea of errors. Nothing wrong with the sheet, it just wasn't working, and next day everything came right. So it can be a bit glitchy. It's also only good up to a certain number of API calls. So I think Andrew set up to a couple of hundred people. It depends a bit, I think, on how many columns. I like to add a lot of identifiers into my columns to see what's missing from Wikidata. And obviously, the more columns I add, the fewer rows I can have before I hit the kind of limit of API calls that the Google Sheet will deal with. So I'd always recommend delete tabs and columns that you don't need to let you have more rows. And I think the functions and formulae can be a bit intimidating to start with, but they're nothing impossible to learn. If I can do it, anybody can, I think. So this is an example of what it looks like. Hopefully you can all see that. So this is the event that I've just been...
No,
can't see it. Oh, this is a pain, isn't it? Let me just escape again.
No.
It came with it. Okay, let me start the slideshow again. This is so weird. I wonder if it's a Firefox thing. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Annie. So this is just the top part of the sheet I've been using for the medical school 150th anniversary. I put in the name of the speakers in that first column, A, and then when they have a Wikipedia page, it pulls in the QID, the Wikidata link, and so on. And I've got, about 20 odd columns on there that it's pulling in from Wikidata and showing me the Wikipedia page score and things like that. When someone doesn't have a Wikipedia page, then I've just gone on and looked up the QID and put that in instead, and then it can pull all the Wikidata items from that. And you can see an example of what the function looks like in there. That's the front tab of the sheet. And the second one displays you a graph of the page scores of the articles. So if you were having an editathon around an event, you can see which articles might need attention. Maybe we would focus on improving the start class articles, or we'd look to see if anybody in the missing ones deserves a new page and that kind of thing. So it can help to focus attention. And then there's a third sheet in the Wikilist tool that lists people by their page views per year. You could set it by month if you wanted instead, and shows you their current headshots and also whether they're missing one or not. And that's useful. We use that to help us tap people on the shoulder this weekend and say, come on over to our photo booth and have a photo. We'd like to put it on your Wikipedia page. So this is a really good kind of immediate tool for event stuff. You can also use it, I've used it to create tables on Wikipedia pages for events, for editathons. So this is an example from an event back in March for International Women's Day, where I was building a list of articles that we could work on, and just copied the data. And then there's a website called tableconvert.com, which looks complicated, but isn't. There's just 3 sections on the page. You paste your data in at the top. The middle section gives you an opportunity to edit and take out any columns that you don't need. And then at the bottom, you can just copy to clipboard your nice little output as a wiki table. And that lets you create tables on event pages very easily. I do recommend, I didn't do this the first time because I didn't realize you want to put the square brackets around things that you want to link while it's still in the Google Sheet, because it's the easiest place to do it. And then you won't have to go through and put manual links on pages to get those in. But yeah, it makes this kind of thing very easy. So I like the Google Sheet for that. So those are the 3 tools I wanted to cover. Thank you for listening. These are my contact details. And I don't know how we're doing for time, but I did want to ask what other people use these tools for, and what workflows other people have, and what list making tools I might have missed. So I'll stop screen sharing now. Maybe we can have a discussion.
Thank you so much. We actually, because we just have a pre-recorded video planned next, and that has a duration about 14 minutes, we do have quite a bit of time to eat into if we want to have a question and answer or discussion. We did have one question from the audience asking if, let me find my notes, where have they gone? Asking if the page scores are using ENWiki templates or ORS grading.
That's a good question. I don't think it's using templates. I think it's using the ORS grading, as far as I'm aware, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Yeah, I haven't looked into the detail of what it brings back, just the graph that it gives you.
And there was also a comment by Lucas saying that the input fields could have placeholders to clarify the syntax. I think that was for PetScan, or was that for the Wikilist tool?
I was talking about syntax with PetScan, so maybe that's what Lucas meant. Yeah, it's just I found it confusing when I was starting. I couldn't find, I'm sure they're out there, but I couldn't find any good resources to help me. And the documentation just told you what information you want to put in, but not the syntax for it. Yeah. And once you know, it seems pretty obvious, but until you know, it's quite hard.
What do you, may I ask what you think is the most significant impact of using these list tools? What are the best ways that they are helping to improve or address content gaps, for instance?
Well, I think that's it entirely, isn't it? It's finding content gaps to start with, and then figuring out what to do about them. I mean, certainly PetScan, I can see, like I was saying, I've only relatively recently learned to use it in lots of different ways. So I'm looking forward to using it to improve things. Like it's a lot easier now for me to see how to find lots of orphan articles and learn how to make good links to them. Which is really cool. I've been using Listeria for a while, and that's really good for building red lists. There are millions of red lists in the Women in Red red list section, which is great. So I like adding things there so that other people can find them too, and sharing that that workload of, you know, this is work that needs doing, and we can all contribute in different ways. Yeah, PetScan is good for improving stuff, Listeria for building work lists, and yeah, I've only been sort of wikifying things relatively recently, but the wiki list tool's great, and I think running editathons and stuff becomes a lot easier when you haven't got to make wiki tables by hand, or, you know, link all the Wikipedia pages individually. It's a lot easier to make a big long work list that people can get through. But I'm sure there are lots of ways of using these tools that I haven't really thought about, and lots of clever things that people are doing that I don't know. So we can all learn from each other. I see Jan said in the comments that there's some dynamic listeria on Swedish Wikipedia, but they're not common or widely accepted. Yeah, I mean, I can see why we don't have live listeria lists on English Wikipedia. I wouldn't necessarily advocate that we should, but it was a bit gutting to make one and move it over and instantly have it become non-dynamic and go, oh, now we have to update this by hand when things change, which means someone has to notice when it changes and needs updating, and you know it will get out of date. So I must admit that's limited the number of tables or list articles that I would make myself, because I would feel a responsibility to update them, and I'm not sure I can. Oh, he's put a link to current parliamentarians. I like that. That's probably a good idea. Yeah. We do that by hand on New Zealand.
May I ask what your experience has been for onboarding people to these list-based tools? Has it been fairly easy, or has it been intimidating for people?
I actually haven't done much of that. I presented a sort of preliminary version of this tool, which went much more smoothly because it was live, at Wikicon in Christchurch a couple of weeks ago. But it was in the sort of last-ish session of the weekend, so I didn't get much chance to discuss with people if they were going to use them. But I'm hoping at our next monthly, we have a monthly online call that I can sort of ask if anyone's started using them or needs help with them, or has any other ideas about how to use them. I often think with tools that you have to hear about it at the right time. So I can tell people about a tool and what it can be used for, but if they themselves don't have a use for it, the information just kind of flows through and is gone, and they need to come back and hear about it at the time they have a use for it. I mean, I certainly find myself, I can hear about a tool, but unless I can see how it helps me, I'll just forget all about it for a while. And then I'll be sitting there going, how can I query something that's on a talk page and on Wikidata? And yeah, and then you discover you need to know about PetScan.
I think in one of our previous sessions, I think it was when we look at Wikivoyage, it was explained that Listeria is essentially broken there, that's not functioning for the past couple of months, or at least in some language versions of Wikivoyage. So I was wondering if you'd encountered similar issues with some of these tools.
I haven't had that issue with Listeria lately. I only use it on English Wikipedia. I know other people use it other places. And so maybe, yeah, it breaks in particular places. I mean, there was certainly a period a couple of years ago, I can't remember, when Listeria was a bit broken and the tables were not updating automatically. And I think, it got a bit of a rewrite and things have improved. So, I mean, tools ebb and flow, right? We're used to to things stopping working for a while, and you always cross your fingers and hope that they come back again and start working, because some of them we rely on. I'd be very sad if Listeria or PetScan or the Wikilist tools stop working, because I have built them into my workflows, and it's much harder to do that kind of work without the right tools.
Yes, getting something that's become so instrumental into your workflow, only to have it, if it falls down or starts to break, I guess can be quite disruptive. Annie Orinsay mentions that the PetScan video has been brilliant in preparing names for stubs for STEM editathons in Melbourne this coming Tuesday.
Excellent. I'm so pleased to hear that. Do you want to talk more about it, Annie?
Not really, but in fact, what I found myself doing more of, rather than finding names to add to the list, was, excuse me, I've got a bit of a frog, was actually re-rating a whole stack of articles that were still stubs when they were start and in some cases really good C quality. But they'd been created as a stub and they'd found a life of their own, but no one had returned and made any changes. So that was, it didn't serve my immediate purpose, but it was a really good thing to have done. Yeah.
It's excellent. Anything that reduces the number of stub articles, even if it's just correctly rating them, is useful, I think. Certainly when you're a new editor and you come across something that's a C quality article in reality but marked as stub, it can be quite confusing, and you don't really know, is this what a stub looks like? Yeah. So I'm glad to hear you're doing lots of that. That's great.
Yeah. Also, that some were stub on the talk page. Sorry, they were start on the talk page, but they still had stub templates on the actual article page. So it's good to sort those anomalies out.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's really good. Improve our consistency.
So maybe if anyone in the audience that is currently using lists, or what kind of lists are you currently working on? Or after this session, maybe you plan to create some lists.
Listify the world.
Well, it seems to be wrapping up. If anyone thinks of any questions, as always, please you can put them in the chat or put them in the Etherpad, and we can always try and get those answers to you later, or reach out to Tamsin, Dr. Thneed again. Once again, thank you so much, Tamsin. It was a wonderful presentation. I would.
Thanks, Danny. I'm sorry about the technical issues.
Oh, not a problem. To be honest, I'm happy it went as frictionless as it did. So yes, thank you once again. And then since we have a pre-recorded video from Leveling Up Days for the listing editor scheduled, I would suggest to the technical support team if you could share that and start the video. And for everyone else, please feel free to keep writing in the chat, or go take a break and grab a drink and come sit down. And yeah, let's see this session from Diffusi. Welcome, everyone. I'm speaking with Stefan today to talk about using and integrating Wikidata.
Dan, it's very weird to see you in the video,
Stefan,
by the way.
welcome. Could you please give us a quick introduction to Wikivoyage? You're telling me.
Yeah, Wikivoyage was started some years ago. Actually, I started working on Wiki.
I have no sound.
Later on,
For the technical support team, we don't have any audio at the moment.
Contributors
Welcome everyone. I'm speaking with Stefan today to talk about using and integrating Wikidata on Wikivoyage. Stefan,
Still
welcome.
no sound.
Could you please give us a quick introduction to Wikivoyage?
Are you doing screen share or share video?
Try share video. That might work better.
Welcome everyone. I'm speaking with Stefan today to talk about using and integrating Wikidata on Wikivoyage. Stefan, welcome. Could you please give us a quick introduction to Wikivoyage?
Yeah, Wikivoyage was started some years ago. Actually, I started working on Wikitravel, and later on, some contributor decided to make a fork. That was 2006. And so we started working on this new project, and fortunately in 2012 we became a member of the Wikimedia Foundation family. So and since then we are here as an official sister project. Yeah, and I started because I loved traveling and taking photos, so that was the start. Yeah.
That was your motivation to start. Well, it's an interesting history, I think, for Wikivoyage.
Yeah.
Maybe you could tell me how an article on Wikivoyage differs from one on Wikipedia. Maybe like if I look at the Hong Kong article on Wikivoyage, what information is different there from the one on Wikipedia?
Yeah, of course. At the first sight, we have a very strict article structure. So because our readers should have the same feeling on every page. So you are not very flexible as an author to use different headings in your paragraphs. So we are very strict in our structure. And of course, our information are, travel related. So we do not force people to add sources. We like to see it, but it's optional in our case. Maybe that's the biggest differences between Wikivoyage article and Wikipedia article.
Mm-hmm. And maybe you could tell me about some of the benefits for integrating Wikidata into Wikivoyage. How would it improve the content on the articles there or make editors' lives easier?
Yeah. The most reason to introduce it was that our community is quite small. And even when we were separated or not a member of the Wikimedia Foundation, we worked on an own database because we always needed all our information in all language versions. The community is small, and if somebody adds a phone number or address to a museum, it's very useful to show it on all language versions. And that's why we can participate from a quite bigger community as the local authors are and the local communities are. That's the main benefit.
Okay. I think you might have brought an example of a Wikidata powered template for Wikivoyage today.
I can show you an article. This example article is from Lovina, a small town in north of Bali. And you can see the V-card template. We call it V-card. So it's like a business card.
Are these hotel listings I'm looking at here?
Yeah, these are hotel listings. And if you take a closer look to the wiki markup, you will see that the wiki markup contains only the name and the Wikidata ID and the description, but not more information. And if I go back to the article, you see much more information, like what features a hotel or a museum has. You see the address information, the way to get there, and the phone numbers. all these information are saved on Wikidata, and all language versions that use this vCard template, that they show all this information. Once a phone number is fixed on Wikidata, you see it in every article. And if I switch over to Wikidata, you can see all the information are saved here in properties, what the features a place has, the addresses, and down to all the IDs for even Instagram, Facebook, and such things.
Is that the main benefit, do you think, that because the information is stored on Wikidata, it only has to be entered once and then it can be used in any language and in any wiki?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the communities in all the language versions are mostly quite small. Of course, the English one is still the biggest one, but it's very useful that you don't have to save all this information in the local wiki language versions.
Okay. Maybe you could show us again in the source code, and show us how we can add the template. If I wanted to add, for instance, a template, how would I do it?
Yeah, you have two options. You go directly to the code.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, we have some edit tools down here. We can add just an empty vCard here by just clicking on in this edit tools and just fill out the name and then save it. And later on, you can, I will say quit.
Mm-hmm.
You have also a button add a vCard here beside the heading.
Uh-huh. This
And
would
then,
be edit and info in English, I guess.
yeah, yes. And then you have a kind of a special editor that's available for all users, which is some JavaScript, and then you can start editing your hotel directly or your museum. You can just type the name,
Mm-hmm.
and if you have a Wikidata ID already, you can just start searching for the hotel or the museum. So maybe.
Oh, you don't even have to put in the QID. You can just add in the name.
Yeah, you can just, and then just adding the name, start
Mm-hmm.
typing the name. And so you can, if you want to add the Adlon Hotel in Berlin, you just find it on Wikidata.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
that's it actually.
Well,
Yeah.
that's really useful. So all those yellow pre-filled fields, they are taking information directly from Wikidata and
Yes.
filling it in.
Yeah. And you
Wow.
see it already here. And there's a kind of preview down here. So you can take a look how the complete vCard would look like in your article, and then you can save it.
Wow. Okay.
So you need just the name, a type, and a Wikidata ID.
With the information we're using here in these listings, is it just meant to be viewed on the website when planning trips, or when you're out in the world, can you use this information?
Yeah, you can use it even out of the world. If you use the mobile version or even this desktop version, you have a kind information button. So you can fetch this information, and even in this case, you can show to the taxi driver where you want to go.
Mm-hmm.
The vCard has a feature to determine where a village or town or a museum is situated in which country, and selects the right local language. In this case, it's Indonesian, because we are in Bali here. And you have all the information directly on the website, even all the booking websites and IDs, everything that's saved is displayed here. You can click the phone number and just use your phone and call the museum or whatever.
Wow.
Yes.
So very handy if you're on mobile, for you to show the taxi driver where you need to go or figure out for yourself.
Yeah, that's why we call it taxi button, this information button. Yes.
I wanted to ask if I need any special permissions or user rights or gadgets installed to start using this template.
No, you can just work with it as just a normal user. There are no special features to be activated, even not gadget. This vCard gadget is activated per standard for all users, and there's no more necessary. The normal skin and just the normal browser with not extra features.
Okay. And you showed us briefly here today how to start using it, but I wonder if there is a space or a practice area I could use before I start making live edits, just to make sure that I'm using it correctly.
We don't have a special area where you can test it, but we just have a help site that's called Spielwiese, the German word for playground.
Okay.
And in here you can add all the templates you want and take a look how it looks like. Yeah.
Sure.
But actually, because it's quite easy. Just add the name and the vCard template and start with an empty one. So the most people just use it directly in an article.
All right.
Maybe develop this editor that even people who are sitting in Bangkok in a restaurant just press this button, add entry, and then they can fill it out and save it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I wonder if you know of any best practices or considerations I should have in mind when I'm using Wikidata on Wikivoyage.
Yeah, I think the first thing you should think about is how the information are saved in Wikidata. I think the first barrier you have to jump over is actually the structure on Wikidata. I have written a little article about all the properties that we use in the vCard, and so you can check it how to edit the Wikidata entry. So some people maybe want to add an information if a restaurant or museum is accessible by wheelchair. So you need this property and have this possible entries.
Mm-hmm.
And to get familiar with all these different properties in Wikidata, maybe that's the first step you should do. Take a closer look. Maybe just open a hotel or a restaurant and on Wikidata and take a look how are the information are saved there. And if you need some more information, take a look at this website. I collected all information that I found on Wikidata and how to use it on properly in the item on Wikidata.
Very comprehensive. Sorry, does this article exist? Is it translated as well, or is it only in German at the moment?
This one at the moment is also available in German. Local, of course, but local language versions can import it and maybe translate into their own language. So it would be quite useful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for editors out there listening, please have a look about translating this article.
Yeah, I think it's very useful because the documentation on this talk pages on Wikidata are not, sometimes not easy to find. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
And in English, if you have it in your local language, that's more useful. Yes.
Sure. And I also wanted to ask if someone wanted to start using Wikidata on their wiki, but they don't know where to start, what would you suggest they do, or where to start looking?
Yeah, as an editor, of course, you need some templates. So you need at least one programmer's guy, or ask us to implement one of these templates in their own language version. If you have no Wikidata access in your own wiki, I would choose some simple information. Like I think the most wikis, even Wikipedia and Commons, started with the info boxes. You have 3 different kinds of informations that you want to show in your wiki, and start with these ones. You can ask for help, our community, if you need some information. on the programmer's view, if you want to do your own thing in your wiki, I always start with analyzing just these Wikidata entries. So I have just a small module, and then I take a closer look how the information come to my wiki, maybe if I want to show a picture, and analyze this. And this is where I start. When people ask me, we need some more information from Wikidata, I take a closer look to Wikidata, how they saved information, and then continue working on the templates. But if you start from scratch, focus on some simple like population numbers and capital of a country, and then dive deeper into Wikidata.
Okay. Right. Well, thank you, Stefan. Oh, and we're at the end. What an abrupt ending. Well, it was a bit weird to see myself from last year. I'm glad my hairline is mostly in the same place. Welcome back, everyone. We're due to start the next session with some live bug editing or live bug triage with Lydia. But that will take place at midday or on the hour for me, but that's 10 UTC for everyone else. So we have a few minutes, maybe just stretch your legs and go get a drink. And and if you have some bugs that you would like to look at, maybe get them prepared or fetch the fabricator links. And we'll see you in a few minutes. Hour. Lydia, are you joining us?
I am here.
Hello.
Just trying to get my other camera to work.
Sure. And in this bug triage hour, how does it usually look? Is it just sort of looking at fabricated tickets and seeing how to improve descriptions or add more complete information?
Yes. So for those of you, hi everyone. For those of you who have never been to a bug triage hour as part of the XSX days, the idea is anyone can bring tickets they care about, and we will look at them together and improve the description, clarify it, figure out if there's anything we can do to move them forward.
And so today, because we have it listed as, I think, because Watchlists and recent changes is something that the Wikidata for Wikimedia projects team is working on. That's the focus we had. But in this hour, any ticket can be worked on. It doesn't have to be specific to Watchlists and recent changes. Great.
So does anyone have a ticket we should be looking at together?
Should I keep sharing my screen, or should I move it to Fabricator?
No, I think you can stop sharing, and I will share when we have a ticket to look at. Jan is looking for one. Okay.
Love that.
Jan, you can also try to explain what you're looking for. Maybe we can find it together.
Yes. So the one I was looking for is where it, in my watch list on Swedish Wikipedia, when I choose to see Wikidata edits, I see edits that are not affecting the article.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just an epic, or is there a specific one for that?
That is a very good point. Let's try to have a look. Let me share my screen. All right. So there's a specific board now for watches and recent changes, Wikidata integration. Let's find yeah, change dispatching and watch list it's called. And as you can see, let's look at the link you're sharing. Yeah, that is the very big, make everything better. Epic. But I'm pretty sure we have something for showing changes you do not care about in your article as well. But before we search for that, let's maybe dig a bit into what the specific situation is. So in the past, we've done a lot of work to make the change tracking more specific. So let's say when your article uses only one statement from an item and something else changed in the item, like the label, then we eliminated a lot of cases where we would still be notified about the label change that you maybe don't care about because it's not used in your article. There is, however, the case, because of how the system is built, where the Lua module on the Wikipedia, for example, uses the whole item instead of just asking for a specific statement or label and so on. And also, if the article is using a ton of data from the item, then for performance and scalability reasons, we treat the whole item as used, even if not the whole item is used. And this information is then used to show you stuff in the watch list. So the first thing we probably need to track down is which of those cases is it on Swedish Wikipedia? Is the module the module that needs to be improved, a Lua module? Is the article just using a lot of data or is there more? And do you maybe by chance have an example?
Is the clue if it uses a lot, if it is like in the site page info page, it says some links are being used?
Yeah, let's
I think that's the problem then.
Yeah, let's look at an example. Douglas Adams on English Wikipedia, maybe.
Let's
see.
Look in the bottom here.
Southport Telescope is probably better. Let's look at Southport Telescope. So we go to page information here in the sidebar. And then if we scroll down on that page, for everyone who hasn't seen that yet, you can see Wikidata entities used on this page. So that shows you all the different items and properties that are used there. And sometimes you will find here MISC and some statements. And I think in the some statement case, but Lucas, maybe you can confirm or deny that's the case where we show you everything, right? We have.
I think so, yeah.
That seems likely. I put in an example in the chat there that is having much fewer things shown, but it has the some statements, and that one shows up.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it's using the site links, some statements, the title, and the Swedish description. Yeah. So yeah, my assumption is that the some statements is what's triggering the let's notify you about everything from this item.
Yes, someone added a new identifier, which is not used in the article, and then it shows in the watch list. Okay.
Yeah. Now, the interesting question is, why is it doing that? Is it using actually so much data? Is it the whole info box here? Let's see.
I think so.
Oh no, that's not that much. There's a lot to locally here. Is there
Might
something?
be the authority data box there.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And also the module here for the biography info box, it might be that it's checking for the data in Wikidata against the local data. English Wikipedia is doing that, for example, and then it would still be counted, right? Because you're.
I don't think this one does, because we have a separate for the Wikidata biographies.
Okay. Okay.
So this one is
then it's probably the authority control data here.
Yeah.
There's also the Commons cat, which is probably getting stuff from Wikidata. Yeah. Yeah, so I would start maybe having a look at that module if it is using the whole item and if it can be optimized to be more specific.
Check.
But regardless, it might be the case that this is reaching the limit where we say, okay, now we have to treat the whole item as used, simply for performance reasons and scalability reasons. Regardless, if Atru and team, maybe this is something you can keep in mind also for the future work on turning on the watch list integration by default.
Yeah, I just wrote this down, and I'm really glad this came up because it was mentioned in our user interview, but we didn't have like a module or example for it. It was just, you know, people being unhappy. So this is really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and Danny, that description sounds good. Let's look at it. Enter usage from get site links. I think this was the one you fixed, right? Where you, yeah.
Yeah, this is different. But then someone complained again that they still have the issue, but I think that's what we're discussing right now.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I think with solving this, we've eliminated a part of the problem, but not everything yet. So yeah, this particular thing is solved, and maybe we can actually close this, or is there a reason to keep this open now, right?
No, we left it open because we hadn't fixed the problem that we're discussing now.
Yeah, okay. So this ticket is very specific, and I think you fixed that part of it, but there's more. So I'm gonna close this one. Settling part of this is fixed, but there are other factors still contributing to the issue that we will need to fix. All right. Cool. Is there any other ticket mentioned here for the remaining issues? No. Let's see if there's something here. Yeah, it's asking what's the limit there. I am not sure. Lucas or anyone else, do you know?
I don't remember either. It's somewhere in the config.
Still looking for a ticket for.
I think the default limit is 10 statements.
That seems very low.
Yeah, it's way too low.
Sorry, I'm still looking for one for the rest because I was pretty sure we have something there, but so far I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, okay. It looks like there is none. So maybe we create one to investigate this a bit more. Okay. Then where's my magic new ticket link? There. So investigate current limits for collapsing entity usage. When an article uses a lot of from an item, then we Oops. That's usage tracking to track the whole item. This sometimes leads to changes showing up in the watch list that are not actually affecting the article. We should look into what the limit is and if we can move the situation further. Okay, then let me add the example. When we consider and I'm gonna subscribe you. Yeah, do we have any other information?
Lydia, could you please add our team as well? That's okay. Thank you.
Don't you get automatically added to the change dispatching?
I'm not sure.
Okay. This one, right? The first one?
I can't see what's happening on your screen anymore.
Oh no.
Wait. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Yeah.
Weird. Okay. Then we can see. Here's the ticket. Jan, do you want to talk about the Swedish summaries?
I
What's
could
happening?
quickly share my screen if.
Go for it. I'm gonna stop sharing mine.
See. Now, tired. So I have it in English, but these things, added reference for statement and site link was removed, created statement, are still in Swedish. But diff and hist is in English.
Yeah. Your interface language is in English, but you're on Swedish Wikipedia. Yeah.
I'm on Swedish Wikipedia, yes. And I wanted to share the screen for another reason. So I was just in and changing my interface language to English. And that's when I spotted this.
Okay. All right. What was the other thing you wanted to show?
I forgot it now.
Brilliant. Very good. Nice. I assume there's some caching reasons going on or some performance reasons going on for the language, but I'm not sure. Also, good question. And I don't think I've seen tickets for that yet, but let me share my screen again. Nothing for translation. Language. No. Else could it be under? Yeah, okay. Nothing for that either. I'm a bit conflicted about if this should be considered part of the content and therefore in Swedish, or part of the interface and therefore in English in this case.
I would kind of vote for interface, maybe.
But like if you're like non-Wikidata changes, right? The edit summaries are in Swedish on Swedish Wikipedia because people read them in Swedish.
Yeah. But then the place you need to go to take action is in a language that maybe you don't understand.
It's interesting, though, that when I look at the diff on Wikidata, and I have this on Wikidata, I use English, then of course it's in English.
Yeah.
Ooh, I wonder if it pulls in my language from Wikidata to the watch list.
I feel like for Wikidata it's different because most of the edit summaries are intentionally automated so they can be translated. Whereas on the specific language Wikipedias and so on, because at the end you would have a mix of English and Swedish edit summaries done in your watch list, right? That also seems weird.
Yeah, I guess, unless my current filter, I only had Wikidata edits.
Right. But like in your normal watch list situation, right? You probably wouldn't filter it just for that.
But I do get in Swedish it says created statement, skapade påstående, and then I get a label of the statement in English and the value of the statement in English.
Okay.
Well, let me show you again. So
yeah.
So you see on this line, I have. Zooming and clicking at the same time. Where did it go? Here we go. So here it says created statement, and then we have instance of big city instead of instance of storstad.
Yeah.
So I get a mix in the thing.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is this the work Ifata, you and the team have been doing to add the labels? Because this shouldn't be there yet, no?
It's not us. Yeah, exactly. So I'm wondering what this is.
Is it maybe a gadget?
I'm wondering what those icons are next to it. Yes, and that makes me think. Wonder if it's a gadget. Yeah, like that.
This item. This is one of my. This little icon.
The team has been working on actually showing you the labels, because if by like so far it should only actually show you the ID and not the label.
Yeah.
So if I go to and safe mode equals 1, it should.
Yeah, maybe that.
Move all my stuff.
Yeah, back to normal, it seems.
Yes,
Only
exactly.
default property.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this this is probably some either your user script or site-wide
Yeah.
thing that's
I
finished?
think it's mine or my user scripts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
just for me, at least. No, I haven't created it.
But that's a good thing to test then, maybe, or with the changes the team has made, how they behave across cases, like in a case where you have a different interface language from your content language, so that it doesn't turn out to be this mix of
Yeah. I'm
content.
gonna write that down because the ticket that we're working on now is about like the multilingualism, and this is a very good case for that. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Jan.
You're welcome.
Bodhi, you're saying external identifier hub in the sidebar is in English always, even if the interface language is different. Which external identifier hub are you talking about? That also sounds like a special thing. Do you want to talk about it or share your screen or send an example? Your audio is unfortunately very bad.
This hub. Can you see it?
But thank you. Cool. Yes. That looks like a special customization on Bengali Wikisource.
No, I guess not. It is available in all wikis. If I'm not wrong.
Yeah. I understand that you have something that does this on different projects, but that is a user script or gadget or something like it. That's not something we have in Wikibase by default.
Okay, I'll check.
Mahir is posting maxlad/hub.js. That sounds plausible on Meta. Yeah. So that might be a gadget or user script from Maxime. And I think it would need to be fixed there, which content language it uses. Cool. We are, I think, also at time.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. But thank you so much, everyone. And if you have more tickets, we should look at send them to Ifatu, Danny, or me, and we can see what's up.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, hello. I actually thought we had another 30 minutes to go before our Wiktionary session started.
Oh, but it said only 30 minutes though.
Yeah.
And that we have a break.
Okay.
I mean, we can go on.
Maybe I have it written wrong on Meta. Let me check. But
Yeah,
since
the events page definitely says only 30 minutes.
oh, my mistake. I'm so sorry. Because the next session is not planned until 1 p.m. or 11 UTC with Wiktionary, so it might not be ready yet.
Okay.
No, we shouldn't start early. That's totally fine. Yeah, if people have more, we can look at more.
And it might also be good to have a lunch break, because after that we don't have a break.
Yes, that's a good idea. Yep. Then maybe we just take a break here. Oh,
yeah.
Maybe there's more tickets.
No, just a related question. I think we looked at the sum statements, and I'm wondering if this is the same where it says miscellaneous in the bottom there using.
It's not quite the same, but the difference is magical. Let me try to find out what the difference was.
I mean, sort of from my user perspective, I get added alias to a language which is not used there.
So technically this translates to the other aspect, I think. Usage flag indicating that some aspect of the entity was used, which is not covered by any other specific usage flag. This would be the case when getting aliases of an entity or checking for its existence. Okay, this is very much not helpful. How about we create a ticket to make this better? Yeah, let me share my screen again. We're gonna make a ticket for that.
Wait, how is a page that doesn't even exist? How does it have any entity usage? Confused.
What do you mean, a page that doesn't exist?
The page is a red link for the one that. Wait.
No, but the discussion.
Oh no, the discussion page exists. I got confused. Okay. Sorry. Also, apparently, I sent a smiley face to this chat somehow, and I have no idea how. Pitsy.
I think it happens when you do a reaction.
I didn't want to do a reaction either, but it must have been some CTO shortcut. Anyway. Yeah, so other apparently means, I guess we assumed that alias would be unused, and that's why it got folded into other, and now people are actually using aliases, and it gets tracked badly.
Yeah. All right, let's make a ticket to make this information more usable. So make usage tracking information on page info page more understandable. As an editor, I want to understand how Wikidata data is used in my article in order to track down issues. I can do this on the page info page of the article, such as no. program. Description of the different usage aspects is not Jan, do you by chance have the one from earlier again where we saw the different ones also, not just the where it had some statements as well?
Yes, give me a sec. This was the one we had before, but that one doesn't have the MISC.
Settings, yeah. But you had another one before that even, no? Oh, the South Pole Telescope we looked at.
Yes.
No, not permanent link. Page info. Yeah, here. I think this is good. There you go. And that info is also shown. No. When I edit it, identity use on this page. Yeah, this is equally helpful. Let's add that as well. All right. Anything else that's missing here that we should add? Other things we should look at? All right, very good. Anyone else? And I see that Bodhi found the script, so that's also solved fully. Nice. All right. Then I would say let's have a break before we continue with amazing Wiktionary stuff from here.
Great. Thank you so much, Lydia. Yes, in about 20 minutes, we'll come back for the next session with me here on lexicographical data and Wiktionary. See you soon.
See you.
minutes. Mihir, if you're with us in the audience already, perhaps you'd like to test the screen share.
Yeah, I'll do that in a moment. Just give me a sec. Figure out something here.
Sure, no. Hello, welcome back. It's time for our next session on this, our last day of the Wikidata and Sister Projects event. And Mihir is going to take it away shortly, showing us how Wikidata Lexeme and Scribunto are being used to help populate the Bengali Wiktionary with lexicographical data. So if you're ready, Mihir, please take it away.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good morning. I'm saying it's morning because it's 6 a.m. where I am. Hi, my name is Mahir. I go by user Mahir256 on the projects. I am an administrator on Wikidata and the Bengali Wikisource. You've heard a lot about Wikisource the other day, so I'm focusing more on the Wikidata aspect and specifically the use of lexicographical data on other projects, which is something that there has been support for about 4 years now, or almost 4 years, but hasn't really been taken advantage of because, for whatever weird reason, lexemes are strange to other people. This module hopefully will serve to reduce that mystery in the sense that it does this very special thing of making that data visible on a Wiktionary. Um, there's this nice little template with modules which I've linked in the Etherpad. Basically, this is just the punchline in bulleted list form. But essentially, what you see here, and what you'll see on a number of other pages that I show you, is that there's a lot of information that's being pulled in from a Wikidata lexeme, which is presented in this form that should be familiar to you if you've ever browsed the Wiktionary. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm hoping that this format looks familiar even if you don't read Bengali, because you have the part of speech here. You have this section for pronunciation, and then you have a number of meanings. You have an inflection table, and there might be references at the end of the table. Who knows? All of this information, for the most part, is coming from this lexeme here, which has the same information but provided in a more structured format, where we have the head word here, which this might be attached to. Make this a bit more explicit. This is the head word in question to which things are attached. And there are these two meanings which show up, at least in their Bengali definitions, as the parts of this bulleted list. There is a nice usage example of how this word is used with respect to the second meaning that shows up just below the sense in question. And see, here's that usage example. And at the same time, there are four forms of this word that all show up in this inflection table according to the grammatical cases that they signify. there are a lot of other things that show up with this template. Which, by the way, I can actually simplify this to basically this is the entire of the content of this page. It's just, okay, this is the language, and I'm pulling in all the information from this lexeme. And when we do that, we see a number of other things, which I can point to as we go. I promise this will, if this mystifies you, we can try to make this work on the English Wiktionary, and we'll see what happens, what people think about that. So basically, again, this is just the part of speech. This is the etymology. We see that this is derived from a Sanskrit word. This is the Sanskrit word from which this Bengali word is derived. That comes from this derived from lexeme statement here. We see that this is derived from another lexeme, which is marked as being a Sanskrit noun. At the same time, we have this nice, this audio file, which shows how it's pronounced. This comes from essentially looking at all the forms on this lexeme and picking the first, at the moment, just picking the first audio file that it sees and treating that as the pronunciation of the word. We still see here that we have two senses, one which roughly corresponds to soul, and the other one which corresponds to the physical organ of heart. And there are actually nice little links, as well as invisible anchors from each of these senses to the particular sense that it looks at, that it refers to. So we see that it's in German it's a Seele, in Spanish it's un alma, and then so on and so forth for the other languages for which this has a definition. And just to show you later that these definitions can be made to show up in the pages shown here. Next to each of these senses are not just the usage examples shown before, where this meaning of soul appears to be more common than this meaning of physical heart, but at the same time, if a sense itself has some reference to some external public domain, usually public domain dictionary, then those will show up here as references on each of these senses. And this is particularly useful if you wanted to distinguish between meanings that come from one lexical resource versus those that come from another such resource. And you see that these references are actually formatted somewhat decently. And at the same time, this is true of the usage examples. I asked in an earlier session about pulling information in from Wikidata more generally, whether there was a facility for actually formatting the content of a Wikidata reference. And to be clear, I'm referring to the content of something like this, where we see stated in and pages, stated in and pages, stated in section, stated in chapter. I'm referring to these rather than something that site Q does, which just takes a QID and that's all you can do with it. No, here we're taking the content of this reference and trying to format it as somewhat neutrally as possible. And also another thing I should point out is that because these senses, this is a sense roughly meaning soul, it is linked to the item for soul. And because this item for soul has an article on the Bengali Wikipedia, this is linked on the side here. It turns out that the term for soul that's used in Bengali Wikipedia is different from the term that's described here, which has roughly that meaning. But nevertheless, same thing with images, actually. If a sense happens to have a particular image, this is actually pulled in, this heart with labeled indicators, that is pulled in and given the sense definition. It's shown as well on the page. And as before, there are links to inflection tables, at least in Bengali, for nouns. There are additionally Bengali inflection tables for verbs. This is just a list of all the pages on the Bengali Wiktionary that currently use this module. You'll see, I'll go through some of them just to show you that here's the meaning to love. Or this is the word which has in its noun sense the meaning like to love or love, and then in its verb sense the meaning to love. So obviously the noun table is going to be a bit simpler, and the verb table is going to be a lot more complex because Bengali verbs are themselves complex. These additionally, because they come from separate lexemes, in Wikidata, different parts of speech are represented with different lexemes. Let me open these in different tabs. See that this is Bhalabhasha, the Bengali noun, and Bhalabhasha, the Bengali verb, and these have their links, which manifest in these different ways across the tables. At the same time, let's see, let's look at some other languages. You see that there are a couple of other languages listed in this list at the moment. So here is the French term for mère, roughly meaning mother. We see that it has many of the same details as some of the other lexemes or some other entries. We see that its etymology is from the Latin word mater, as indicated on L1230. It has an audio file, which is on the first sense of that lexeme. It has a meaning, but interestingly, a couple things about this meaning. First of all, because there is no Bengali gloss on this sense, the module currently falls back to whatever the next MediaWiki fallback is. And in this case, it happens to be English. And if there wasn't one, then it would fall back to just some random language that was on the sense. And additionally, it was indicated on this sense, and I can quickly go to it, that it is used, its field of usage is genealogy. And the term for genealogy here shows up as a specifier on the sense, as might be expected on another Wiktionary, which defines the same word. At the same time, because this lexeme has a bunch of external identifiers, which basically link out to definitions of this word in other resources, those show up as external links at the bottom of the page. We see that if there is in particular, I should specify that if there is a stated in value, this P9073, and it has a Bengali label, then that is used. If it doesn't have a Bengali label, then it falls back to whatever the next appropriate language makes sense for that. Otherwise, it'll just fall back to the QID at the moment, which basically just hints that maybe we need to add more labels to things. In fact, I can probably do that now. Let's go to. This is probably a good way to segue into. Okay, let's see how modifying Wikidata improves the content of entries. So I will go quickly add. So no, I didn't mean to copy that. I'm sorry. So basically, we're taking the label for the 9th edition, and then we're modifying it to refer to the 8th edition. And then when I refresh the page, oh dear, action. Yes, this is the ID, but the ID has the stated in value, so that requires the label here, 8th edition. And now when we refresh this, we see that now this the appropriate label for the 8th edition of the Dictionnaire de l'Académie Française shows up in this list. And basically, everything that's not Bengali here is just a sign that we need to translate more items and property IDs. I should probably specify that this is an ID, so let's do that. Okay, sounds good. And we might as well also just modify this gloss here. So I'm going to add a Bengali gloss, which I'm just going to use the more formal term for mother. And then when I refresh the page, we see that the English gloss has been replaced with the Bengali one, which is fantastic. So I showed you some etymologies of different words where we're using in the case of mother, we're using this derived from lexeme property, pointing to mater. There are additionally, compound lexemes which are better characterized in terms of combined statements. So this is a term for yearly maintenance in Estonian, which has a Bengali gloss. I took the liberty of adding one. It also has these combines statements, which are currently displayed in this sort of simplified fashion. and as well as 4 usage examples from the Estonian Public Broadcaster's website, because it doesn't otherwise exist in lexical resources. And then we've been and I guess for kicks we can show just here's some. I'm sure there are other interesting entries to look at. Okay, this did not. This was working earlier, and now I need to fix that. Sorry about that. Here's a term for roughly stranger, or I guess stranger or foreigner, derived from Persian and Arabic. See how it goes up 2 levels. So this is a Bengali term borrowed from Persian, and then this term is itself borrowed from Arabic, as reflected in the lexemes. Again, sources given here. Let me see. Let's make this more explicit. That yes, this is a Bengali adjective derived from a Persian one, which is itself derived from an Arabic one. Yeah. And then this is another term for a flower plot or a place to hold flowers. I guess there wasn't anything too special about that. This is another term derived from Persian, with 3 usage examples. This is the word for ampere, like the SI unit, which managed to find a lot of sources for, and then so on. Okay. Yeah. This is a nice example where this is a Bengali word, which is essentially a phonetic modification of another Bengali word, which is itself derived from English. Okay, so we're getting to the middle of the half hour, so I'm going to do a couple things real quick. So here's a German word which happens to exist on the Bengali Wiktionary. We see that it doesn't have any senses because the lexeme itself does not have any senses. It does, however, have these 5 external links. And so let's see if we can quickly improve this entry just by improving the lexeme in question. So this I know for a fact happens to be a term for psychophysics. So I'm going to quickly add a sense here for that. I believe that the term that was used in the Bengali entry before I replaced it was this. So I'm going to publish this sense. We see that it has a sense now. I'm going to take the opportunity to link this to an item. We see that according to the digitale Wörterbuch der deutschen Sprache, that this is composed of 2 parts. So let's indicate those parts on the lexeme. And this is the first one. And then this is the, and this is the second one. I will leave it to someone else in the audience to add a German gloss to this and possibly add some usage examples. But we see now that this error, notice that there are no senses on this lexeme, and to replace the template will soon be replaced by a sense and then the morphological decomposition of the lexeme. Just another example of how the improvements to Wikidata lexemes automatically improve the Wiktionary entries that pull from them. Now, yeah, we are getting close to time, so I'm going to jump a bit to talk a little bit about the actual modules in question. So again, these links are all in the Etherpad, by the way. This is a link for the actual module that basically rearranges the lexicographical data in a familiar format. There's of course the internationalization page. One thing I did before this session was try to take out as much as possible all of the localizable strings and that refer to different headings, different templates, and put them in a file so that later users can simply modify this and get all the benefits. There is a module for, as mentioned before, I had to write a module to format Wikidata references, and this is that module, which does a great deal, but I don't think does nearly enough. There was, I guess, the template that I showed at the beginning that made all of this happen. So let's find a Wiktionary with at least 4 of the So let me first say that as part of this localization, there are expected to be 5 templates that must otherwise exist and be referred to in a given Wiktionary. This list of Wiktionaries here is basically those that have all of these templates except for the one that just links out to a Wikidata lexeme. I'm going to take the I guess I can do the English Wiktionary and hope that I don't get reprimanded for doing so. Yeah, let's I should be able to log in, right? Oh dear. Guess I'm not logged into Wiktionary. Guess I'm doing this using my regular account. Okay. So let's Wikidata lexeme. Oh, that template's here. Then which template is missing actually? RFDef, interwiki, audio. What is template? Interwiki, audio, RFDef, and then the last one. I guess. Okay. I guess this is the one that has all of them. So I'm gonna create template, not template L, template lexeme maybe. Or I'll dispense of the template for now. But I will copy over the other modules. We start with and I'm sure that I can find this when I go to. Here we go. I'm going to copy over I'm going to copy this over, but then basically I'll leave these untranslated, but I will change these to refer to English and the English wiki source, and then change this to source, archive, and then archive of 1. I'll leave the rest of this alone for now. And as part of Wikidata and sister project session. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Someone's definitely going to shout at me for that because I use template instead of module. Module? What's module? Sorry about that. The source page for deletion.
But now it still has the wrong content model, I think.
Oh dear. How do I? Is it enough to do a null edit or? Sorry. Oh god. Yeah. This is what happens when you do things live, I guess. Reference format. Here, maybe I'll. I don't think I have admin privileges so that I can't change the content model. Models, but here's reference format as before. I will delete this line because in Bengali we tend to convert digits to their Bengali counterparts, whereas this is obviously not necessary in English. And then I'll delete these lines. I promise by the end of this I will be able to show you output from lexemes in an English context, so that this is less mysterious to the non-Bengali speaker. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, so that's fickle data I18. I'm going to quickly copy the internationalization page here, and quickly make some changes. Etymology, pronunciation, meanings, references, and then external links, and then this template is called Wikidata Lexeme. This template is called InterWiki, or is it called Template Wikipedia? It is called Template Wikipedia. Okay, so Wikipedia, and then this is audio, and the others I think are the same. I'll leave the categories untranslated for now. Okay, now we move on to the actual lexicographical data parts. And then make some changes at the top. Here we have to change this to, you see that I'm not modifying the code at all except for that one part where I did. But it's, again, these are all fairly minimal in the grand scheme of things. En wiki. Yeah, I don't think I have to touch the rest of this at all. I'm going to quickly go to, no. I'm going to quickly go to my sandbox and then create this. I'm going to invoke all, and then what's a good, I think I was looking at lose before. Lose the verb. Here we go. So template Wikidata. Wikidata Lexeme doesn't exist. Template Wikidata. Deal with just with
it's case sensitive
capitalization.
because Wiktionary.
Yes, that's right. Okay. Let's preview this, and we see that we have a verb. We have a verb with 12 meanings, some of which are slang, some of which are specific to the United States, which have these external references here. Apparently sense 9 is vomiting, so there's a link to the article on vomiting. There's the link to the lexeme here. And if you were mystified by the Bengali text on my screen for the last 20 minutes, then hopefully this is a bit more understandable to you as to what can be done with Wikidata Lexemes here. Oh yeah, there's one last detail I want to bring up, which is that, obviously this is all automatic, but for your own wiki, you might need to specify something manual afterwards. So this can be done both on the level of individual sections. So this is where these fields, which can be customized for your wiki, come into play. So I'm going to say meanings. I'm going to say meaning is there are lots of other meanings not listed here, so add them on Wikidata. So they can be added not just on the level of individual sections, but they can also be added on the level of individual senses. So 4186S10 equals if you use this word with this meaning, you will never be understood. And this also works just on using short representations. So S6 equals this is the most common meaning, And then when I preview this, we should be able to see, here's that first meaning, here's that first note at the bottom of the meaning section. And then here are the notes under the meanings to kill and then to be able to keep something in sight. And there we go. You can, and this is basically my way of saying, okay, you can gradually make your way to automating everything while starting with, filling in details, manually as things go. So that's a lot of stuff with Wikidata lexicography in a nutshell, used on Wiktionary. I'm happy to take questions while I figure out a way to mark these failed creations for deletion. Yeah, I'm done, by the way, Danny, just FYI.
Yes, thank you so much, Mahir. if people have questions, please post them. I see Nicholas asks if it'd be possible to reorder the senses.
Yes, that is something that's on the way. I think I explicitly marked that as or sense subgrouping is on the way, but yes, reordering is certainly a possibility. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's not technically impossible to do that, but you know, it's just something I haven't gotten to adding to the module yet. Okay, they're marked for deletion, so I'm hoping that's enough. And the rest of this is not otherwise used, so I think I'm okay.
And is the lack of those templates existing in the other language versions of Wiktionary? How easy is it to copy them across? Is it really like a plug and play style thing that they can just be copied over and then ready to go, or does there need to be like some deeper integration with Lua?
That would depend on the template. I think most of the ones that this module uses can be copied pretty readily. I don't think this is true. There are some for which this isn't true, but I don't think this module uses them. Yeah.
Okay. So we just have a couple minutes left over, and we are supposed to have a session with Ato Correa from Wikimedia Brazil next. But I don't think I see them in the audience. Oh, no, tell a lie. There they are. So we'll just take a couple minutes for any last questions to come up. And I'll once again thank Mihir for that wonderful session.
Yes, thank you.
I think there's a question. Any plan for expanding the forms to include IPA, other transliteration and audio for forms?
And I think Mihir already answered that not yet, but it's in the realm of possibility. So then I think we'll move on to our next session, and it's another list-based session today. Yes, Correa, please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that, is going to show us or give us a demonstration of using QuickStatements to import Wikipedia lists into Wikidata, and then how Listeria can be used to fetch that same data and transclude it to a Wikipedia article. And is this going to be using the new version of QuickStatements?
Yes. Hello, everyone. For me, it's still morning. I don't know what is the time for you. So I'm Arthur Correa from Wikimedia Brazil. Here it's 8:30 in the morning. Very cold here in the south of Brazil. So I'm going to show you how to make a list that is Wikipedia, and then add the data into Wikidata and make the Wikipedia use the data from Wikidata to update the list. So if there's new data on Wikidata, the list will be automatically updated with Listeria. So there are some pros and some cons of making that. And to import the data into Wikidata, we're going to be using QuickStatements 3. And I think that's it. So if you have any questions while I am working on the data, just put the questions on the chat or open your microphone. Feel free to do so. And we're going to mainly be working in a spreadsheet. So I have some simple slides, but we're going to do our work basically on a spreadsheet to organize the QIDs and the property IDs, and then okay, so let's start, and let's see, let me start to share my screen. Start screen sharing. Okay, so I think I'm going to share my entire browser because I'm going to be switching tabs. So let's do it. Okay, so using QuickStatements to Wikidatify lists. So let's Wikidatify a prize article, a literary prize article from Portuguese Wikipedia to Wikidata list using Listeria. So the prize is going to be this one. This is the literary prize José Saramago, which started in 1999, ran up to 2024. It happens every 2 years. So we're going to be getting this data here from this table, import that into Wikidata, and then make this table be a Wikidata table from Listeria. So, so let's go to a spreadsheet and let's see how easy it is, or and the difficult parts about it of putting this stuff into Wikidata. So the first thing is to just let's start by copying all this data into a spreadsheet, and then start working on that spreadsheet to make that being able to be imported into Wikidata. And so I have my spreadsheet here. Let me increase the zoom. And so I just copied that table into here. I am working here like those cook shows that they start working, but they have a prepared version and to show, so that we don't lose time with minor details. But I just copied the entire table here. So what those labels here is edition, year, work, author, and country. And here's the year of the prize, right? So now to work with QuickStatements to add data into Wikidata, we need to know the QIDs of those items. So we need to get the QIDs of every work here, and of every author, and of the countries if that's going to be needed. So there are a lot of ways to get QID based on a title or a Wikipedia article. And I think the one of the easiest ways, without installing any extension or using some external software, is to make a query in the Wikidata query service. And I'm going to show you how we're going to get this textual data into the QIDs of those items, so that we are going to be able to import in QuickStatements. So the first thing is to get the exact name of the Wikipedia article. So we're going to be using the Wikipedia article to get the names. So what can you do is just you start clicking, or you can just pass over your mouse and see at the bottom what is the name of the article. But almost all the work articles are exactly as the name is here. Some of them have a little bit different. So this one adds the romance in parentheses, and this one adds book in parentheses. So now that we have the exact name of the article, we're going to be able to get the QIDs of those works. However, those items don't have a page in the Portuguese Wikipedia. They are red here, right? So if they don't have a Portuguese Wikipedia article, they probably don't have a Wikidata. There is a chance that they don't have a Wikidata item. But let's leave those for later. So now that we have the Wikipedia article names to get the QIDs, it's fairly easy. So there's a query to do that, and it's this query right here. Oh, I'm going to talk about wiki projects later, actually. So the query is this one. So let's go over to Wikidata query service, and I'm going to show you how it works. So let's see if we can make a zoom. So this is the query. I think it's a very useful query that I use often. So we have here the item, the article, and article is the Portuguese Wikipedia article. So you can put this these 3 lines right here to connect the item to the Portuguese Wikipedia article. And this is the Portuguese Wikipedia URL. You can change it to other wikis. And we also get the name using this schema, column name. And then to filter, we're going to use this one, So you're going to search for every item Wikidata in which the Portuguese Wikipedia article has this name. And this name I got from here, the table. And then we order by article because it's not going to be to retrieve in this order. So that's a catch. So we put order by article or order by name, whatever. Oops, whatever you think it's easiest. And then we just run the query. And now we have the articles and the items. So you can just go over here, copy or download in whatever way you want. And in a spreadsheet, you can do something like this if you are working in a spreadsheet. So I just copy it here. And then you can see that the items are sorted by the name. And we can do something like this. We can here go filter. Don't filter this one because those ones don't have an article. Sort by work name. Copy the QIDs here. And then find a place to remove that WD. And then you can do this thing to get the QIDs of the based on Wikipedia article names. So I already did this for the work and the author and the country right here. So if you have any questions, remember to data top share. Yes, to put in the chat. Wikipedia that in place. Okay. Okay, author and org. So these ones, they didn't have a Wikidata article. I searched with the label in Wikidata, they didn't have one. So I created for those three. So that's you may need to do that for some lists. So now that we're going to create these articles, we're going to do the modeling on the prizes. So when we are about to do, and this is the query for the other stuff for the authors and the countries. So it's always a good idea to look for existing wiki projects. And when you search for wiki project awards, you can see that there is one, Wikidata column wiki project award. So you can see how the community has made some consensus, a consensus about how to model the awards. And then for us, the specific part important here is the award recipient, because the item award already exists. So here's the award recipient. So the recipient of the award should have the award received property. This property should primarily be on the item of the person received the award, but it can also be added on the item of the work when applicable. Also be added. So it's best to put on the person, but it can also be added on the item of the work. So we're going to add that when we create those 3 books that don't have the Wikidata item yet. So you can see here which qualifiers are best to put on the award received. And for us, the important one is point in time, to put the year, and for work, when we add to the person to connect with the book itself for the award. So now that we already know how to model that, let's create these 3 Wikidata items. So I put it here, creating books, and this is the QS3 syntax or QuickStatements syntax to create items. So I am picking this data from Wikipedia, and a rough overview here. There's a create. And then we start connecting which cell the commands that are going to be modified that create. So I put here the label in Portuguese, description in Portuguese, the name and work of the author, P31 literary work, and I'm going to talk about the references in a minute. P17 is the country, so just get the country here. P50 is the author, so just get the author here. And P166 is the QID for the work itself, this José Saramago Literary Prize, a literary award, and the qualifier for the point in time. So date times are a little bit they're not that pretty in QuickStatements. So we have plus year, month, date, T, time, Z, and then the /9 means that this is the year precision. So we're only talking about 2019 here, but we have to put the month, the date, and the hour, even if they don't matter. And quick tip, pro tip, actually, if you put a I don't remember what is the name in the English. English, the name of the symbol, single quotes maybe. So because if you put a plus in a spreadsheet, it's going to like make this a formula and then it starts breaking. So if you want a plus in the spreadsheet, just put that small quote here. So this is the point in time that I got from the table. And the references here are the imported from Wikimedia URL, and there's the fixed URL here with the fixed version URL, so not the current one. So you can see here old ID, and then the retrieved, which is at which date this URL was retrieved, which is today. So that's the same reference for every command. So you can see here that we're putting the syntax for everyone. And then you just copy all of these into QuickStatements. And then let's see here, new batch, and then creating books. So you go to QuickStatements 3, you make a login. This is the view1 command format. There's the CSV also format, but we're not going to use that. And then you just copy here, create, and then you can see here on the preview if you selected the correct properties, the correct QIDs, and then you just run the batch. I already ran that batch. So in my batches here, José Saramago 3 books, I already ran the batches. And then in the batch, you can get the QID of the items you created. So after I created those books, now we have the QIDs of everyone. So now we have the QIDs of every work, of every author, and know every year. So now we can add this data into Wikidata to put that the author received the award. So remember, I put the award also in the book because here it can also be added on the item of the work when applicable. There isn't a great discussion here when it is applicable or not. You could argue that it's best not to do it. You can argue that it's a good idea to do it. I did it. And then maybe we can discuss it here in this wiki project. So now that we have the work items in Wikidata, now we can import the data that the authors received the award in this year and for this work. So we're going to model using award received point in time for the award date, and you're going to be using this property for work and then connect to the work item. So let's do it. So here we have the adding prices. So I just transformed this table into this table using spreadsheet skills. So let's see how we're going to do it. So in QuickStatements, you have the syntax QID and then PYD and the value. So item property value, that's going to be our statement. So this thing here in purple is our statement. So the author, the award property, and the José Saramago Literary Award QID. And then if you add P after the statement, it's going to be a qualifier. So we have so these ones are qualifiers, these ones in blue. So let's see those qualifiers for work, which is the important one to see from which book the author received the award. So I just put here for work, which is P1686, and this is the QID of the work that we got from those that we got from before. And the point in time, which is when the author received the award, and here is the years /9 at the end. It's a year precision for a date, and then that pro tip of adding a small code here to put the plus on a spreadsheet. So we're going to have 2 qualifiers for every statement here. And then the references, which is very important stuff. We're going to be using a simple way of adding references, which just imported from Wikimedia project. So you can see here, it's the pinned version of the article URL. This one is imported from Wikimedia URL, and this is the retrieved, which is today. So, and then after you organize that, so how you do that, you just copy this and just put that, maybe do some find and replace to make your spreadsheet better. And then you just going to copy all of this and then use QuickStatements tree, new batch, just Saramago, and then you just copy here, create, and then you can just review the labels of the authors, award received, José Saramago Prize, for work, Transparent City, oh, translated name, and point in time, and the reference Wikimedia import URL and retrieve. So you can just copy here, and then that's going to be edited on Wikidata. I already ran this batch before, so this is the batch, which is the same batch, but it already ran. So we already have this data on Wikidata. And some of this data was already on Wikidata. So since the statement syntax on QuickStatements is idempotent, what it did is it just added this qualifier for some of the statements, and it added this reference as well for the existing statement. So I don't remember which ones already existed. These three I know for sure they didn't. So, but some of these old ones already existed a statement, and then the batch just made the statement better. You can think about it like that. So now that we have this data in Wikidata, we can start to import that into Wikipedia. Now let's take a look if I have apostrophe. Yes, thank you, Danny. Country of origin instead of country for literary works. Thank you, Bodhisattva. We can make that correction later. Are there any people in the audience who currently use QuickStatements? Yeah, that's a nice question that I want to know as well. And okay, now that they have this data, we have to get a way to query that data and to retrieve the data and then put on Wikipedia. So let's continue here. After importing, let's make a query to get the results. So we're going to be using this query right here. I'm going to explain that to you. So here we have item and then P31 Q5 so that we only get the human and not the books. And then we have P colon here, which is the award received property, already received property. And then we connect to the statement variable. And then we do the PS here with the same property to make that connect to the José Saramago Prize. And then we need to get two qualifiers from that statement, which is the point in time. And then we just use this line to make into a year. So so that we only receive the year and not a date like the January 1st of the year, just the year. We can use this function here, bind the year of point in time as year, and then we have year as the variable. And then we also need to get the for work qualifier here. So it also get the P27, which is the country of citizenship for the authors to get the country. And then we just order by year. So let's execute the query. And now we have here our query. So you can see here that we have basically the same table as before. So if you go here to a spreadsheet in the source QID, and then if you just look at those, you can just take a look that we have the item, which is the author. Remember that the columns are flipped, so that may make it harder to see. But here in the item, we have the author, and the for work, we have the work itself and the country of citizenship of the authors. So now we can get basically the same table as before from Wikidata. So now that we have this query, let's go to the Portuguese Wikipedia article and make Listeria update that table. So let's go. And then if you have here the article itself, this table is still the old table. And let's see how Listeria works. So if you have here Listeria, let's see Listeria. So the Listeria code It's basically this Wikidata list template, and you just put a Sparkle query in the template, and then you just select the columns and maybe rearrange the column headers, and then just you can make the list. So I already did that in a test page. So you can see here in the source code that we have here, it's the same query that I just showed you. Actually, I forgot this one, optional country. This is not supposed to be here, but it basically returns the same thing. So it's basically the same query here. And then which columns we want to show based on this query. So we want the year, and then I put here ano, which is year in Portuguese, for work, and obra, which is work. Then the label of the item, and then the author, because the items that we are querying here are the authors, and P27, which is the country of citizenship of the authors. And then make the WD edit yes, and then this links local here is that to make the link for Portuguese Wikipedia articles only, and then when there isn't a Portuguese Wikipedia article, turn in red. However, Listeria didn't update the table in time, so it's still here showing in italic and a link to Wikidata, which is also viable. So, so let's see here, because this data wasn't here before. You just put this thing here, and then this end of Wikidata list in your article. You just put it like this, and then Listeria will automatically update the data. So if you just need to put this thing here in the original article. So let's do it. Winners, and then just remove this data here, and then add this Listeria label here. And then this is the start, how the list appears at first. And then Listeria will automatically update this data here with the Wikidata data. However, at least for me, Listeria was taking some time to update the lists. I was testing on my test page, and it was taking like in one run it took 15 minutes today to update around this time. So I am a little bit worried to just update the main article page here and then just leave it for 10 plus minutes without data. So I was a little bit worried to do this. So that's why I did it in my test page as well. So if you are importing the list, you can do it like this. Maybe Listeria will take some time to update the list. So what can you do is you just put the list on your test page. When Listeria updates it, you can see here on the history page that we have Listeria bot updating the list. You can copy the data with the data that Listeria added, so that you don't have this few minutes in the main article page without any data. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to do it like this. This data right here wasn't created by me. It was created by Listeria bot in my test page. So now we can add the main article and already have some data here, the full data here, so that the users, the readers, don't lose data if they visit this article. So now that we have here the data, you can just put here. So so just put here the updating list to make a list with Listeria, and then we can just publish. Now we have the list here with the winners. Let's see if we have any. I just put 27 not country. For persons, for Q5s, it's best to use country of citizenship. So you know what is country mean for a person. It can be kind of ambiguous. So it's best to country of citizenship for persons. So how do you find this new version? qs-dev.toolforge.org or on Meta, QuickStatements 3.0, and you can see here the documentation, timeline, and talk page, ask some questions. So there are some pros and cons about doing that. So cons is that normal regular Wikipedia editors may not know how to update this list. So you can see here that there isn't a tutorial here, where an easy way to add a new row in the table, which is very easy to do in MediaWiki. Just put new row and then you just write the stuff and then put the reference. So that's one drawback. Pros. If we make this award into other languages, we can use Listeria to update the list in all Wikipedia languages. So that's really amazing. So you can think that probably this award will be most updated in the Portuguese article. But if you're using Wikidata and a Portuguese Lusophone editor edits on Wikidata, is going to be updated on every other Wikipedia that's using Listeria to get this data. So that's a really nice pro. But we have the con that I said before. But it can also be edited for other users. Now that we have the list Wikidatified, so there is something that I did here, which is I didn't use the references that the article was using. So you can see here that before, in the previous version, every row had a reference to a news article or something like that, that confirmed that the article was given to this person. So there is this data here that I didn't import it into Wikidata. So I just use the Wikimedia import URL. You can get the same thing. So if you click on that version, you're going to arrive here, and then you can check the references. But probably it would be better to also add the references here into Wikidata. But you can see that this would take a lot of work to check everyone and see which ones are already broken. So I know that some of those don't exist anymore. So we're going to have to check the web archives if there's archive link. So there's something that could be done. So I invite the volunteer editors to do that. And let me see. And we also lost a lot of references, right, because of that. So the article diminished. But what can you do with those references is to add non-structured information about the prizes with Wikipedia references. So we leave the structured data to Wikidata, and then we can just go here into one of those references, for example, and add non-structured data, narrative data, if I think narrative text. So you can just see here, oh, there's a jury that talked about the award. So we can do that and just interpret the text, process the text, and add a text to the Wikipedia article. In Portuguese, maybe this jury is notorious in Brazil. So you can also link to that jury article. So we also lost a lot of references here because the references were just being used to update the table. There's no narrative here with the references, and I think this would be a great addition to the Wikipedia article so that we also don't lose the references. And maybe we can also move this list to a separate Wikipedia article, a just list article, article with just the list. So maybe that's also a good idea. And some further reading, I invite you to take a look at a feature list that we have in Portuguese Wikipedia, which is the list of deaths and disappearances in the military dictatorship in Brazil. So it just this is the feature list with a lot of stuff. So it's a very quality list. You can take a look here, which is very nice, and it's using Wikidata. And I also invite you to go to the Wiki Project award page, and maybe let's discuss about those qualifiers and when it is applicable to also add in the work item. And I also know one of you commented that we should not use country for books. So there's also something that we should do to those books that I created, to switch the country property to the, I don't remember which property it was, country of origin. So thanks for your attention. You can find me in Wikipedia, and that's my professional account here, Correa WMB, or arthur.correa@wmnobrazil.org. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I do prefer if I refer to you as Acre or Arthur. Okay. Well, thank you for showing us. I think Ifatu was probably reacting rather than wanting to ask a question. I was wondering.
Right.
Sure, no worries. With the new version of QuickStatements being launched, I think it was earlier this year, around the start of the year. Is there what does the roadmap look like? Is there much more development or implementation of additional features planned, or quality of life upgrades, or what does that look like?
Yes, great question. So in the documentation, we have in the meta page, you can have more details, but we are almost basically feature parity with QuickStatements 2. There are some features that we are dependent on the REST API. So we're using the new REST API instead of the Action API. So for example, merging entities is still not possible, and lexemes are not possible, and structured data commons as well. So as soon as REST API makes that possible, we're going to update that in QuickStatements 3. And some quality of life improvements that QuickStatements 3 has is we have ways of removing just references and just qualifiers. I think this is something that's fairly useful in V1. So you don't need to remove the whole statement to remove just a single reference. I think that's a nice quality of life. And you can check the timeline on the meta page and the documentation to see other details, or just ask me as well.
Great, thank you. And Nicholas in the chat asked, very sad that lexemes are not possible for the Wikimedia Deutschland team. Like this is, I guess this is aimed at Lydia. Any chance the REST API will be updated soonish? I'm not sure if that refers to QuickStatements or if that's.
Yeah. So the thing is that the REST API doesn't support lexemes yet. So QuickStatements, the new QuickStatements version that depends on the REST API, can't use it yet. I will continue to poke people about getting the REST API to support lexemes.
Great, thank you. Then, thank you once again, Arthur. We will move on to our next session now, which is going to be some live editing with Albin and Jan. I guess they're already with us now. And you're going to be showing us how to create some Sparkle queries, right? And then perhaps around the topic of maps and possibly implementing them into Wikipedia.
Indeed.
That's what we're showing for, or going for. We don't have a regular intro live bloop, 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 Wikidata 10 thing, but here we are. Albin, what are you gonna show us?
I got really into trains, and in particular trains and museums. So I wanted to add some maps to Wikipedia articles. I started off very bold working on it the other day and realized I should start with one museum, not all of them in Sweden. So I would be adding a map and showing some of the constraints and things you can do with maps and Sparkle. And you, Jan?
I was thinking first, just remind ourselves like what the basic is, what the cartographer, the extension that brings us this Slippy Maps into Wikipedia can do now. And then from there, build to a template and then to a query if the time allows. So we'll see. But I'll start sharing my screen here, I think. And I hope that one shows fairly all right. And I'm starting on this page, which is the documentation page for cartographer. It's also in the notes, and we're going to jump down to what's interesting here. Via Wikidata idea, or maybe I'll go straight back up first, because here's the important thing. We use this tagged map frame to build a map. You might want to check your wiki if you're encouraged to use this raw on the wiki page, or if your wiki is using templates to embed this. So I'm just going to show it raw here, and then you will figure it out. If you have a template, most likely will correlate. But let me jump back down to the section here. So we're just going to show, I'm going to build something like this because you can pull things into Wikipedia. So I'm going to start a new page. This is my user page or a sandbox. And so you need to call map frame. And this one requires at least 2 parameters. So it needs to know the width and the height. Otherwise, it will give you an error. So I will just go with something like this. And I know this thing is going to be tall, so I'll go like that. That one will need to be closed. And then within this, there's sort of like your collection of things. And the collection needs to start with being in there. And for using Wikidata, you have to specify that it comes from something external. Otherwise, you can also sort of like draw things, but here we want to go with type. Oh, that's not type. And external data. And the service that we're going to use, and this could be a little bit confusing, is you have, and I'll go back to this, you have to specify if there's points, lines, shapes, or if you're creating a geomask when you're doing this. And you can have all of them, but not in the same collection, so to speak. So I'm going to show you what I mean with that later. But first, I'm going to do a geoshape. And then if you want to get something from Wikidata, you just say ideas. And here I'm going to go with Norway, which is Q20. And I need to spell correctly to go for there. And if I just show preview now here, I think we'll show a map. Yes. We also see some of the peculiarities here. I think there's something wrong with our polygon for Norway, for main Norway. But then we also see that it's sort of like out to, if I didn't set longitude and latitude, it will center it automatically. And it looks a little bit weird, but there's a little bit of Norway here down Antarctica. So if you want to scroll this up, you can do that as well, manually. But if you want to show something else, you just change Q33 and you get Finland. And that looks pretty nice. And all these, of course, geometries is coming from OpenStreetMap. So they're dependent on there being a link from OpenStreetMap to Wikidata. Yes. There are many ones which have complex and unexpected because they're all over the world. But you can also do it like this. You can do a little list here. So you can say, yeah, I want both Sweden and Finland. And you'll get them both in the same go. So that's pretty neat. But if you want to color these, you can add properties here, but then everything in the same collection will get the same color. So if you want to do them separately, you have to do them twice. So I'm going to copy this just so that we can see and remove Sweden from here. Copy this and add Sweden here. And now this needs to be enclosed with these little brackets here. And now I think that will just work. We'll get another one, which will look the same, but they're specified twice, which means that if I go here and I go properties, and I'll go with, let's say, no, I think I need to go with this, because you can have many different properties. Fill, and this one also need that. 00 cc 00 perhaps. It's going to be something, some kind of green. You see, Finland got green and Sweden is still gray, and I could specify another color there. And there are a lot of different things that you can specify for these. They're basically styling shapes up here, stroke, width, fill, opacity, and so forth. So that's pretty cool. Now, well, what more can you do with this? Like, oh, this is pretty easy. And then I found, well, we have a template for like diplomatic relations on Swedish Wikipedia, which used to use this like already fairly good, the SVG maps, where you can sort of say, oh, show me Sweden and Finland like this. But I added that to do sort of the same thing, but getting the geometries from Wikidata. So you show Sweden and Finland and colored like this. And if we look at the source here, we can see the same thing we had here before. We had the external data, we had the geoshape, we had the IDs that takes one of the parameters, and the properties. And here you see some other of the properties you can get. And it also gets the label from Wikidata through a template. You can also see here that on Swedish Wikipedia, we're not using raw map frame. We're using a template to embed it, which sometimes it makes it easier, sometimes it makes it harder. I don't know what I think about it really, but this is how we have decided to do it. So this is like a fairly easy thing. Like it's just 2 parameters. It pulls something in and it shows you something like this. And of course, the good thing with this is that you can actually zoom in and pan and so forth, which you cannot on the static SVG map. So that's, and especially if you have other complex geometries where you want to do that. Here it wasn't so complex. So then I found this article about the Nordic Council, and it has also a map. And you see the small little rings here. So I was thinking, oh, maybe we could create this map using Wikidata. But instead of just listing all of the, like we did here, we could query Wikidata who is in the Nordic Council, because that might change over the time. I don't know. Maybe this is fairly stable, but you could imagine other, like NATO, which recently just got Finland and Sweden as members, changing over time, so you don't need to update the map. So let's try to do that. So let's go to Wikidata and create a query. And one of the trickiest parts is that on Wikidata, usually when you start like a query and all the templates, they have the item. But if you're going to go to cartographer, you need the ID so as a parameter. So you need to call it like this. And that's sort of like what tells cartographer which geometries am I going to fetch. So let's start with that. And see, well, ID, I think it is member of. So let's see if we can find that. Member of. And Nordic Council. This one, yes. So let's just see what we get there. And yes, this seems to be the right list. So that's a good start. And now if you go to code here, we have a little list here for map frame where you can just get the code, where it also formats it, because this doesn't allow for line breaks, which could be a hassle, and it's also a little bit tricky with the quotes sometime. But here you can just grab this and put it on a wiki page. And it also reminds you here that if you going for items, they need to be called ID, and if you're getting coordinates, they have to have geo as a parameter. So let's go back to my little, and I'll put this on top right now. Now we also see when I got a geo pointer, but these are our countries. So let's go for a geo shape. So I have to update that, otherwise it will not show anything. And there we go. We see the tricky Norway again, but at least we have the things. We had some nice colors here, and I'm thinking it might be interesting to show which one of these are in the European Union and which one are not. So let's start with, see if we can query for that. Or maybe even, let's start with, because now if you click here, nothing is happening. But this one allows for a lot more. So you can get title description, which gives a little pop-up, which also can have wiki text. So let's go with that first. So let's go with the service for labels. Auto language will not work. That only works on WikiQS. So for now, let's go with English. And now I actually have to query it here. So let's go with ID. Maybe I don't. Well, it will be easier because I'm going to give it a name. Because this one needs to be called title to show. And then I'll select title as well. And let's see. There we go. Now we also see what we have. So let's put this. I'll just copy what was the query here. Back to this page. And we'll see that little pop-up, hopefully. So immediately when I load here, nothing is different. But when I click this, you see Greenland. Woo! That's very nice. And now let's try to make the colors. So for the colors, it needs to be called fill. For it to know what to fill it with. So now I need to understand what they are if they are part of the European Union or not. So I'm going to do that with an optional and say ID part of. And then let's say European Union. No, let's go with part because I'm going to compare it later. Let's just see here if I get something. If I wrote that correctly. No, spelling error. Stop it. There we go. No fill yet because I haven't assigned anything. We can also see they are part of a lot of other different things. But I think this low number is European Union. Yes, we can see it up here. So what I want to do, I want to bind something to the fill. So bind, and if part equals, and what was it, 458? Then I want to bind this to something like dark blue. So So like that. And if not, I'll go with the yellow. I think that could be ECC, something like that as the fill. Let's see. All right, so that's fairly good. We see here Finland, European Union got the dark blue, and Norway, they got the yellow. They're not in the European Union, but I have too many rows here, and I don't like this. And I think I'm lucky now that the first result is the European Union because it's a low number. So I can do a sample here. As the fill. But of course, I need to call this something else down here then. So I'll just do this like F, sample F as fill. I'll remove the part. And now I'll need to group these ones because otherwise I'm going to get a bad aggregate. And here we have them 8 again. And Finland, Sweden, Denmark got that color and all the other ones. So let's see how that works if I try to put that in the page. So I'll grab the query part from here. And I'll go over here again. And I'll replace this part. And let's check. All right.
Nice.
So now we have Greenland yellow, and we have Finland and Sweden as blue. Of course, now we don't have a legend here. I could write that in the caption text, but I'm thinking we're going to use another feature here. So we're going to use the possibility to put in a description that we saw here, which also can take wiki text, which add a text on the pop-up underneath this bold thing. We could also make this maybe later, but let's start with that. So I need to bind a new thing. So I'm going to start with this bind. Actually, I'm going to copy everything here as a template. So if it is there, I'm going to say the wiki text should be member of the, and make a link to European Union. And for the other one, not a member of the like that. But we're not going to call that F. We're going to call that D. And then we're going to copy this and do the same. A sample for that too. D and description is what it needs to be called. Let's see if that worked. All right, that worked out nicely. So I'll copy again here from the map frame export, code export, and go up here. I'll replace this part and show you the preview. And now when I click here, you see this is a redirect. I have a, because it's in English, I have used a script for that. Oh, this one not. Oh, because that had capital. Oh, very weird. Swedish Wikipedia links. And you can actually make this very complex. So you could draw in an image here or something like that. So it supports wiki text in that sense. So you can make your query very complex if you would like to. And then, of course, MapFrame also support you to focus the map somewhere. So you, like you see here, you can set the zoom, longitude, latitude to something, whatever you want. So if you don't want it to show this bottom part of Norway, you want to have it focused up here, you can add that in here. So you can add, I think, let's just try the zoom for now. So let's go for 4 and see what we get. Maybe 3. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and now it's go somewhere weird. So here we would need to focus that somewhere. So let you show what that could be. Remove the text. This one is not mandatory. Latitude equals -10. Longitude, no, 75. Or do I mix them up now? Maybe I do. We'll see very soon. Yes, I did. Get your Latin long right. Oh, that was a little bit too much zoomed. So maybe I need to go to zoom 2. There is something that might be useful for the article. Of course, now it would be great if Norway was actually full and not have a broken polygon that doesn't fill it.
There is also a nice little trick if you just want the zoom to be right, because you can actually do that in Visual Editor.
Oh.
Then leave Visual Editor and do the query parts, because those things you can't do in Visual Editor.
Yes. So there's one, if I'm saving this now, publish this page. So now we'll share you that with it in the chat if you want to check this out. There's one problem here. If I edit this now in Visual Editor and want to check these out, they have dynamic features. So Visual Editor will not take it when it is external data, I think. So you need to use the local data.
So if you do the zooming before you actually add the dynamic parts to it, you can kind of get the map and then just replace the parts you painted yourself, so to say. So if you start from Visual Editor, you can still use its features for a lot of things.
Yes. That's the trick. So
Yeah.
you start in Visual Editor and then you go to the external data.
Exactly.
Yes. All right. But that was what I'm going to show. I'm going to put all these links into the Etherpad and let Albin take it from here.
Amazing. That was a great introduction. Let's see which window I want today. I think it's this one. There we go. So I started off with an idea of making a map, a thematic map on Wikivoyage, with the single purpose of, if you go to Sweden and you want to see old railroads, or maybe go on old railroads, here you can go and see everything. But it turns out that if that would be the case, I would need to do a lot of work on Wikidata, and I needed the ID like 2 weeks ago. So I ended up making my work a little bit more narrow and focusing on this particular museum railroad. And even is on the Swedish Wikipedia, it got this lovely overview of all the stops, even when the stops was created, and even things like, hey, it's crossing a channel here, and things like that. So I started off moving that information to Wikidata because I want a map in this article, and I came up with this. And many people before me has done maps like this. I thought it was a nice exercise to do it myself, but essentially we see all the stops and then we draw a line between. But now I want to take this and get it into Wikipedia. And to what extent is that possible? And that's what I want to look at today. So to start off, I already have this query. How far can I just get with this? So as Jan showed you, he showed you if you go down here, you can click on code, you can go to map frame, and you get a bunch of code. I'm not hugest fan of using this because it doesn't always work and there are some problems with it. I have some particular preferences and some things are just tricky. So I ended up, after a lot of frustration, I ended up building my own too, which I'm gonna share in the chat already. And what essentially this does is that it takes any SparkQL query, like the one we started from here, and it essentially helps you to make that compatible with Cartographer. So for example, directly as we do this, it do generate the query, but it says here that we are missing the ID variable. So we're gonna fix that, and I have a very strong preference of how to fix that, because I want to be able to get rid of this query from my bookmarks and then just end up on Wikipedia in 2 years' time and be like, hey, this query here, I can still read it. I can paste it into the query service, still understand it without changing railway station everywhere to ID and that type of thing. So I tend to always do it. I'm gonna zoom in here like this. I'm just gonna take the station, and up here in the select distinct, I'm gonna say select it as ID, and that warning go away. Then there is another thing I like to do to make it a little bit more readable. You can escape the quotes with a slash. That works in 100% of cases, but to me that's a little bit less readable. So you can also replace them with single quotes. This, however, does not work if you use single quotes somewhere else. But it works in this case. So I can pick that and copy this. And I think we're going to create a new page here. I'm going to go to my user page, put in just a new page. I'm going to edit it. And let's see if I can actually show that trick. I'm not. What happened? Okay, let's give it a reload. Okay, it just okay. And there should be maps. I think I lost my uselang. I hope this is helpful. But then I can show this sheeting that I told about. So I know that I want to start where this railroad is with a bit of positioning. So I'm gonna do that. And let's just get the start like that. And then I can insert this map like that. And I actually get this zoom and latitude and such by default here. And from now on, I can keep going. So it's a little bit of a trick that I like. Then from the beginning already, I'm gonna do these wings that lets you add multiple services, as Jan showed you. And then to actually...
Do you want to zoom one?
Yes.
There we go, thanks.
To actually get this going, I'm gonna go over to help cartographer, not the one about icons, but the real one. And this page, John has already showed us, this is like the Bible for how to use cartographer. It contains everything you need. So I'm gonna find an example and copy that. So I want to use geopoints, external data with a query. I'm gonna copy this part here. Head over here, paste it in, it looks good. I'm gonna head over, copy this process query. paste it in, add some quotes in the end, and Jan has showed me that I can use the preview, so let's do that. And we're gonna see that it completely fails. And that's because this tool does not warn about not having geo, because geo is technically optional for cartographer. If you do use geopoints, you probably want it, but technically it's optional. So I'm gonna add it just like I did before here. There we go. And let's copy this version, of course. Move over, see if we get any closer. Show preview. And we got a bunch of maps here. And we got a bunch of markers. We can see that there is more than one because the shadow is really it's really dark. But I want to actually remove the zoom, latitude and longitude, to let it do that itself to see if we see more of it. Yes, we actually get more of a preview here. That's great. And also let's remove default. Now I'm removing all of the things I showed off early on.
Now I think you will get an error. You need the width and height.
I need those. Let's make them twice as large to make it a little bit easier for the rest of you. Show the preview. That's really nice. I can't click them yet. There are no names there. But if we go back to my original query, and especially the visualization here, we can see that I draw this line. And I do that by creating that line as a string and returning it. However, cartographer can only take points from Wikidata itself. For example, Jan showed that it picked the shapes from OpenStreetMap. It can also pick shapes from Wikimedia Commons through the Wikidata GeoShape property, but you cannot build line information yourself, for example, or shape information as a string in the query service. And that's really, really sad, but it also makes it really hard to do that type of thing. But what I wanted to show, and what Jan also showed, is we aren't limited to one service here. So if we want to show that line, it might be in OpenStreetMap and maybe in Wikidata. We need both of them to show it. So let's head over to, we can actually pick one of the stations here and see if we have a connecting line. So I'm gonna copy this, and I can see here because of my user scripts that it has an OpenStreetMap relation. So if we open that, we can kind of see that yes, there is a line in OpenStreetMap or a shape. So we can pull this in. So let's do that. Let's jump back to Swedish Wikipedia. Let's see. We can actually copy all of this to begin with. Then we need to change this to, I think, geoline, even if it's more than one line. And then let's do IDs here, just like Jan showed us. And then put in the QID for the railway. Let's see. And I think that should be enough for it not to break. We need a comma there. The formatting is a little bit odd, but let's see. Right. So we got both the line here, and I'm gonna save this now. There we go. So we can bring this up. Maybe we can already do this in the preview. But here we go. We can, however, see that the line in OpenStreetMap is not representative of the line as in this is the traffic line today, because the traffic goes from here to over here. And that kind of makes sense for OpenStreetMap, because they don't necessarily map that type of thing. So arguably we cannot really use this. So what we're left with is drawing our own geometry, or creating a geometry on Wikimedia Commons and pulling it from there. Let's see what the time is. Given the scope, let's take this query, however, and see if we can add some icons to it, because that's something that I really want to do. Just like John, color different shapes. And in this tool here, we got a nice little link here to cartographer icons, which gives us a map in the middle of nowhere, I guess. Can we actually, sorry, no, I'm a bit off here. Yes, at Null Iceland. That's a lovely solution. I like that. But this gives us a series of icons that we can use, and we have some ones related to Rails here, like marker symbol rail. And there are two ways we can do this. We can either, and John showed this as well, put it in as a property here. Properties in plural, I'm quite sure. And say I think it gave us, yeah, marker symbol. It gave us everything we needed in the documentation there. So maybe that's enough. Let's see the preview. Yes. However, not all of these stops are train stations. On this line, there's a lot of places where you need to press the bell to make the train stop, or stand there waving to make it stop for you. And just as Jan showed you, we cannot really use the proper standard. We need to modify our query. So let's get back to the original query here. Let's display it as map. And let's see what we can do. So the way that's modeled is that the instance of is either railway station or I think railway halt. So we can, and I don't use it here in the query. What I use is select everything that's connecting to this line. So let's do select instance of. For once we had a query without it. So do station vdt instance of, call this type. Hopefully we haven't too many types on this. And then we do what Jan did earlier, and we do it if with a bind. So I think the syntax is, so to, it's a little bit different. So usually we write, because the query service expected, SparkQL in lower camel case like this, a small first letter, then when the next word starts we have a large one, an uppercase one. But that's not what cartographer expects. It expects them to be in snail case, as it's called. So marker underscore symbol. And let's spell that correctly. Add it up here already. And then if the type is equal to railway station, then I want the value to be, let's use double quotes here, whatever we was told it was according to the documentation. let's see. I want that one. I think that looks the nicest one. It's just rail. Okay. So query service. And I'm curious, I haven't tested this. What happens if we leave the auto one blank? Because I have not found a good symbol just for stop. So first of all, did I break something? Do I get the result I want? I did break something. Maybe that makes sense.
Find S.
Of course. That looks better. There we go. I got 15 results. Did I get that initial type? We probably have a duplicate type off. So I got, we can see it in the name here that it has, it's called hot. And then we got a marker for when it's called station. In some cases, we do not have it. I guess that's because we have multiple instances of here. Because this particular station is also a museum, I realize now. So let's see what happens there. But we can fix that later on if that's the case. We can do an additional bind or a filter. So let's go. Once again, I'm going to take this because it's quite quick with this tool, so I don't feel a need to just do the parts I want. So station should be as ID and chord should be as 0. And that should be it. So I'm going to copy it to clipboard, move over to over here. I am going to preview this. Yes, that's what I want. I am going to publish this to make it a little bit easier to see. So we can see that there are 3 proper stops here. It should be 4. So here we have something that's going on. That's the multiple type. Here it's the museum. But this is generally really nice. That could be informative, for example, on Wikivoyage. So it's exactly what I'm looking for. Of course, color could also be helpful there. I'm just not as good as with the color as Jan, who just types up a hex color and it's a real color. That's not for the rest of us, or at least not for me. Okay, but let's debug this issue here. So let's select the type so that we can see it. And move over to the table. Right. So we can already detect the duplicate because it was the Hässelby railway station. And I can see that this one looks off. Let's see. Listed building in Sweden even. Let's have a look at that. Right. That's a model I am aware of that we have. I don't like it, but I can live with it.
I was going to say, I don't like it either. That should be on, there's another property for protected status or something like that.
Yeah, and on list. I think they usually also tend to have that property. Okay, this has, okay, that should be bot job. That goes on the to-do list. But we can still manage this because we should be able to use a sample. There are a couple of ways to do this. Let's see. I want to look at the item. We only have one issue like this. Railway station. It has an end time here as well, which is interesting. Right. So I guess there is a horrible way to do this. There's also, I'm really curious about this one. Because in Cartographer, orders matter. So what if we order this by marker symbol? Will we be able to sheet that way? So I want it like this, I think. This might be a terrible idea because that doesn't solve the issue, but it would be really interesting to me if it works. And I'm gonna, whoops, did I not copy everything? Yes, there we got a warning. Thank you. There, the warning went away. Let's do the other one. And copy this part. Head over to edit. Edit is not gonna work. You're gonna need to reload as well. I'm not sure if I'm the only one who have that bug. And then show the preview. Let's see if this works. No, it's still not on top. Ah. I was really hoping that would work. That's how lazy I am.
Yeah, I was trying that as well, because
Oh.
if you go and check my map, you will actually see that Finland is covering Åland.
Yeah.
And I was trying to put Åland on top, and I couldn't do it by ordering here.
That's
so
really
that might be
interesting.
another cartographer bug or something, because it should be possible to order them, like you say.
Yeah, the order is supposed to matter.
Mm-hmm.
However, I'm curious if it's supposed to work in the order direction.
Maybe they're sort of like in the same stack, and we can't order them within the stack.
That's interesting, but I think if you have like multiple QIDs in just a regular list like this,
it will be in order from left to right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a good point. Maybe that's an order bug. No, it did work.
Oh,
success! Hopefully it's not random. Let's publish this and give it a proper reload. Ah. Yes. I mean, technically we have double icons here, so we'll probably have a different issue. But I wanted to showcase that you can do it by ordering, and it turns out it does work. It just the other way around. It shouldn't. The one at the top is not the prioritized one, it's the one at the bottom, because that's the last thing rendered on the map. That's great. But as you see, I'm not really where I want to be, technically. I do want the line to be rendered, because if we would remove this, it would still be there on the map. Like, I don't think we can see it because it overlaps entirely. No. Yes, it does. You can see it, but the default map tiles in Cartographer and Wikipedia's are all, it's not very high contrast when it comes to Rails, so you can't really see it, in my opinion. So I do want this to be rendered, but I do not want it to look like this, because it's not really what I want. So either I would draw it or import it from OpenStreetMap to Commons, or yeah, that's pretty much my only option if I don't want to change the relation in OpenStreetMap. So it's one of the limitations, but I'm getting somewhere. I almost got one museum railroad in Sweden done. And I think that gives us about 3 minutes left.
I tried it again with the ordering on Åland, and it doesn't work on my map. So that's weird.
That's really weird.
Yeah. Do we have any other questions in the chat? I think what's coming after this is closing the days.
Yep, it would be the last session just after this. So if there's any last questions in the chat, please post them or unmute your microphone. Thank you everyone who's made it this far. Thank you, Jan and Albin, for showing that and for giving me a little introduction to map frames. If I eventually found out how to color one in.
Great. And I'll also transfer all the questions in the chat to the Etherpad, and all our links are in there. Not the page you created, Albin. Maybe you can put that in the Etherpad.
Yes, it's going to be in the Etherpad in just a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And you're having a regular live editing slot, aren't you? Would you like to plug it?
Oh, we don't have any planned. So perhaps with your permission, we can cut this from the stream later and publish on our thing.
I'm sure that won't be a problem at all.
Yes.
They tend to show up in the newsletter when we do them.
Good. Excellent. Oh, Bodhi asked if you can use the color of the service page instead of GeoShape.
I think you can use colors regardless of what service you're using, but they might be called different things. So I think Albin had in his query was RGB was the thing. So I think it's only for...
I think it's symbol color if you do point.
Yes, that could also be.
The RGB is used for the cursors.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably a case here for harmonizing both of the query service and cartographer, but that's a different story.
Yeah, but do check the documentation on the help extension cartographer, because that one is really, really good. And I also encourage everyone, if you've come up with some tricks that is not documented yet, put it in there or on the talk page there so that everybody can enjoy it.
Indeed, and it's a great piece of documentation. It's also my go-to. Here's an example of good documentation in Wikimedia for end users, and I always point people to that page because it's filled of great examples. It kind of covers both the advanced and simple cases as well.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm wishing Cartographer would have that we have in the map service results view is that you can assign something as a layer with the layer parameter, and it will, like, depending on it, it will just give them different colors. In Cartographer, you have to give them different colors by binding, which is works like for if you have 2 or 3, but if you have 20, it's really a hassle.
Indeed.
And I think I was asking that before in the Telegram channel, and Lucas had a sort of like a hack, like making a MD5 hash and cutting that into color code.
Right.
Right. Well then, thank you again both so much. That was really interesting. Interesting to watch. Oh, and with is there much connection to Wikivoyage with the description of like the train line with the different stations?
So my original idea was to do like a thematic page on Wikivoyage, but they are also like, they use Cartographer for a lot of things. There's even a piece, if you go to this Cartographer documentation, there's special sections for things that you can do on Wikivoyage.
Okay, nice. Well then, yes, thank you both again, and then I guess I'll shortly begin the closing session. I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully you all see the slides. Oh. There we go. So everyone, it's been an absolute pleasure having you all with us. This is now the last and final session for Wikidata and Sister Projects. 2025, I guess we can call it. I look forward to 2026 and more. I just want to say a big, massive thank you to all the staff that have been supporting me here today. Their names are listed here. That's the majority are from the Wikidata for Wikimedia projects team, but also there is Lydia Pincher, the portfolio lead for Wikidata. And just without their help supporting, facilitating, note-taking, I don't think this event would have been nearly as smooth as it has been. And I'd just like to know, you can write in the chat, or you can put in the event survey if you had any particular highlights, if there was some innovative use of Wikidata that you didn't know about before. That's the way it's being integrated into the sister projects. If there were any particular sessions you really enjoyed, or any particular Wikimedians that inspired you, please feel free to shout out in the chat. But yes, just a reminder again, if you could take a few minutes to fill out the event survey. We'd be really happy to know what you liked, what you didn't like, what you think could be improved, what topic or subject you didn't see during this event that you think should be included in the next one. Yeah, that would be really great. And I'll make sure the QR code and the link is posted on one of the following slides. Some more thank yous, of course. We had also in the audience Lucas, who built the Redactor game that we laboriously played through yesterday. Lydia for all her help triaging bugs and answering questions at the Wikidata Clinic. Leah Lacroix for all of her help and support in helping me to set up and organize this event. I'm having real trouble switching the slides today for some reason. But I think the biggest thanks should go to the 17 speakers who ran 16 sessions over the last 4 days. Everyone and anyone who attended and who asked a question or helped answering one or just reacted in the chat. All the wonderful Wikimedians who attended this event, or maybe there's even some non-Wikimedians who somehow found their way here. Oh, and the technical support team who have been making the live stream and recordings, who took like a lot of the lifting and heavy load for the technical organization away. And the designer, Paolo, who created the amazing event visuals, the nice banner and the slide templates that you can see. So most sessions have been recorded and the videos are currently available on YouTube as the big long live stream videos, but we also plan to snip them up into individual sessions. We'll also be uploading them to Wikimedia Commons in the next few days. Speakers, some of you have already shared your presentations onto the Commons category already, and it would be really lovely if you could add those there. Please feel free to re-watch these sessions anytime you like, and I encourage you to share them with anyone you think that might be interested. And also that once the videos are on Common, it would be great if you could add, please help by adding captions in English or in any other language that you might know. And here's the event survey QR code. It's going to be open until June the 15th, but of course, as time goes on, time fades, recency bias disappears. So whilst the thoughts are still fresh in your head, we'd love it if you could yeah, just fill in your thoughts and comments and opinions. This is just a little request if you're interested in being part of, in being contacted in the future for research. Like our fledgling team has been conducting quite a bit of research in our past couple of years, and I expect we will continue to do so in the future. So if you are interested in helping us out in the future or in other Wikimedia Germany teams, you can use the QR code and sign up there. Now, many of you probably already are very familiar with these, but if you are not, You can keep in touch with the rest of the Wikidata community or our team using the main Wikidata Telegram group, which is linked there. We also have the project chat on Wikidata. We have a Wikidata-L mailing list. There's the Wikidata weekly summary, which you can sign up to on Wikidata. And we also have social media accounts, Wikidata for x.com, for Mastodon, for Facebook, and now for LinkedIn. So the next thing's coming up on the 17th of July, 17th of June rather. We have the Wikidata and Wikibase office hour. That will be taking place between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. UTC. And you can hear updates from our team, Wikidata for Wikimedia Projects, from the core Wikidata team, Wikibase, Cloud, and Suite. And looking a bit further into the future, their WikidataCon is returning. So it's going to take place between October the 31st to November the 2nd. You can follow the link to the event extension Wikidata.com page there. And also there's a link to the registration. And yeah, once again, just to say a ginormous Wikidata massive thank you. Please feel free to stay in the chat in the audience. It's been my absolute pleasure. You've all made this this event and this experience very smooth and very problem-free. If you have any feedback, suggestions, or you would like to collaborate in the future for me personally, you can contact me on Danny Benjafield, open bracket, WMTE, close bracket, or there's my email, or you can find me as Benny Dangerfield on Telegram. And with that, we are at the end of the first Wikidata and sister projects. I would ask the technical support team to please stop the recording and audio now. And I'll see you around. Thank you, everyone.